Global consciousness. Free Palestine.
What up, baby? How are you? Hey, Cyrox. Welcome, Cyrox. Welcome, Baby Walk.
Global consciousness.
Come on in, folks. Radio. Today we are gonna have a pretty relaxed evening, and we're gonna be listening to Ibram x Kendi and Ta-Nehisi quotes. Kendi speaks about being an anti-racist, and Ta-Nehisi quotes speaks about apartheid. Hey, Shanna. Welcome in, everybody. So tonight, we're going to listen, we're going to analyze, and learn. I'm also pretty sick, so the chill night is going to be quite nice. The chill stream is going to be quite nice. So, let's get into it. Hey, Don Kaloja, welcome. Okay, so we're going to start off with Kendi. We're going to start off with Kendi, the difference between not racist and anti-racist. And then we're going to work our way to Ta-Nehisi quotes.
So welcome, Ibram, and thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you, Chloe and Whitney, and thank you everyone for joining this conversation. And so a few weeks ago, on the same day we learned about the brutal murder of George Floyd, we also learned that a white woman in Central Park who chose not to leash her dog and was told by a black man nearby that she needed to leash her dog, instead decided to threaten this black male, instead decided to call the police and claim that her life was being threatened. And of course, when we learned about that through a video, many Americans were outraged. And this woman, Amy Cooper, ended up going on national TV and saying, like countless other Americans have said right after they engaged in a racist act, I am not racist. And I say countless Americans because when you really think about the history of Americans expressing racist ideas, supporting racist policies, you're really talking about a history of people who have claimed they're not racist, because everyone claims that they're not racist, whether we're talking about the Amy Coopers of the world, whether we're talking about Donald Trump, who right after he said that majority Black Baltimore is a rat and rodent infested mess that no human being would want to live in, and he was challenged as being racist. He said, actually, I'm the least racist person anywhere in the world. And so really the heartbeat of racism itself has always been denial. And the sound of that heartbeat has always been, I'm not racist. And so what I'm trying to do with my work is to really get Americans to eliminate the concept of not racist from their vocabulary and realize we're either being racist or anti-racist. We're either expressing ideas that suggest certain racial groups are better or worse than others, superior or inferior than others. We're either being racist or we're being anti-racist. We're expressing notions that the racial groups are equals, despite any cultural and ethnic differences. We're either supporting policies that are leading to racial inequities and injustice, like we saw in Louisville, where Breonna Taylor was murdered, or we're supporting policies and pushing policies that are leading to justice and equity for all. And so I think we should be very clear about whether we're expressing racist ideas, about whether we're supporting racist policies, and admit when we are. Because to be anti-racist is to admit when we expressed a racist idea, is to say, you know what? When I was doing that in Central Park, I was indeed being racist, but I'm going to change. I'm going to strive to be anti-racist. And to be racist is to constantly deny the racial inequities that pervade American society, to constantly deny the racist ideas that pervade American minds. And so I want to build a just and equitable society. And the only way we're going to even begin that process is if we admit our racism and start building an anti-racist world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. You know, your book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, has become a bestseller in light of what's been happening. And you've been speaking a bit to, you know, the ways in which anti-racism and racism are the only two polar opposite ways to hold a view on racism. I'm curious if you could talk a little bit more about what the basic tenets of anti-racism are for people who aren't as familiar with it in terms of how they can be anti-racist.
Sure. And so I mentioned in my talk that the heartbeat of racism is denial.
Hey, Michael,
and really the heartbeat of anti-racism is confession, is the recognition that to grow up in this society is to literally, at some point in our lives, probably internalize ideas that are racist, ideas that suggest certain racial groups are better or worse than others. And because we believe in racial hierarchy, because Americans have been systematically taught that Black people are more dangerous, that Black people are more criminal-like, when we live in a society where Black people are 40% of the national incarcerated population, that's going to seem normal to people. When we live in a society, in a city like Minneapolis, where Black people are 20% of the population, but more than 60% of the people being subjected to police shootings, it's going to seem normal. And so to be anti-racist is to believe that there's nothing wrong or inferior about Black people or any other racial group. There's nothing dangerous about Black people or any other racial group. And so when we see these racial disparities all around us, we see them as abnormal. And then we start to figure out, okay, what policies are behind so many Black people being killed by police? What policies are behind so many Latinx people being disproportionately infected with COVID? How can I be a part of the struggle to upend those policies and replace them with more anti-racist policies?
And so it sounds like you do make that distinction then between not racist and anti-racist. And I guess, could you talk a little bit more about that and break that down? What is the difference between the two?
In the most simplest way, a not racist is a racist who is in denial. And an anti-racist is someone who is willing to admit the times in which they're being racist and who is willing to recognize the inequities and the problems of racial problems of our society, and who is willing to challenge those
Shiny.
racial inequities by challenging policy.
So, obviously, scrolling through the comments, what you will see is a torrent of white fragility, a torrent, a plethora of people who are not comfortable with what Kendi is saying. They can't handle it. They cannot handle it. And I just want to let you guys know that there is no left and right to this. The only thing that you see here is white fragility. White fragility isn't left-leaning or right-leaning. White fragility is all-encompassing. It doesn't take sides in terms of political spectrum. It's there in all of them. The difference is you'll get MAGA writing shit like this. The real snowflakes, unable to acknowledge what Kendi is saying. But then what you won't get here are the progressive and lib folks who just cannot swallow this pill. You won't get the comments here, but you'll get all of that in hurt feelings, in Twitch clips, in calls of misogyny. You'll get those things, but you'll never ever get, especially from progressives and libs, you will never ever get to a confession.
And so I'm saying this because literally slaveholders, slave traders, imagine that their ideas in our terms were not racist. They would say things like black people are the cursed descendants of Ham and they're cursed forever into enslavement. This isn't, I'm not racist. This is God's law. They would say things like, you know, based on science, based on ethnology, based on natural history, black people by nature are predisposed to slavery and servility. This is nature's law. I'm not racist. I'm actually doing what nature said I'm supposed to be doing. And so this construct of being not racist and denying one's racism goes all the way back to the origins of this country.
Yeah. And why do you think it has been so hard for some people now to still accept that neutrality is not enough when it comes to racism?
You know the one thing that people can't do now is statistically deny what white supremacy is because of what's happened in Gaza. Because of what's happened in Gaza. All of these genocides, people could always like abstract away and extrapolate and say, oh, it happened so long ago. All of the things you're saying seem far-fetched and it can't be possible. But it is possible because we're watching it live. We're watching it live. We're watching extermination live of indigenous people. And we absolutely can say that it happens. And it has happened. And it continues to happen. And we have data for it. Ah, Chris, all good. Welcome.
I think because it takes a lot of work to be anti-racist. It takes You have to be very vulnerable, right? You have to be willing to admit that you were wrong. You have to be willing to admit that if you have more, if you're white, for instance, and you have more, it may not be because you are more. You have to admit that, yeah, you've worked hard potentially in your life, but you've also had certain advantages which provided you with opportunities that other people.
The incredible thing about people who are, white people who are like, oh, there's no color, listen to Thomas Sowell and listen to whoever the fuck else speaker that they think will, launder whatever their talking points are. What they can't answer is, well, if you don't see color, why do you believe in white replacement? Why do you believe in white replacement? If you don't see color, why do you believe in white replacement? If you want people of color to get over what happened to them, why are you so fragile about white replacement? Easy.
People did not have. You have to admit those things. And it's very difficult for people to be publicly and even privately self-critical. I think it's also the case of, and I should have probably led with this, how people define racist. And so people tend to define racist as like a fixed category, as an identity. This is essential to who a person is. It is someone becomes a racist. And so therefore, and then they also connect a racist with a bad, evil person. They connect a racist with a Ku Klux Klansman or woman. They're like, I'm not in the Ku Klux Klan. I'm not a bad person. And I've done good things in my life. I've done good things to people of color. And so therefore, I can't be racist. I'm not that. That's not my identity. But that's actually not how we should be defining racist. Racist is a descriptive term. It describes what a person is saying or doing in any given moment. And so when a person in one moment is expressing a racist idea, in that moment, they're being racist when they're saying Black people are lazy. If in the very next moment, they're appreciating the cultures of Native people, they're being anti-racist.
My barista is Black. I can't be racist. Yeah. I have Indian friends. And then you find out that the friend they're talking about is the guy who cooks them their butter chicken at their favorite fucking restaurant,
And, we're going to get to some questions from our community in a moment, but I think when a lot of people hear this idea that you're putting forward, this idea of anti-racism, there's this feeling that this is something that only concerns the white community. And so could you speak a little bit to how the Black community and non-white, other ethnic minorities can participate in and think about this idea of anti-racism?
Sure. So if white Americans commonly say, I'm not racist, people of color commonly say, I can't be racist because I'm a person of color. And then some people of color say they can't be racist because they have no power. And so first and foremost, what I've tried to do in my work is to push back against this idea that people of color have no power. There's nothing more disempowering to say or to think as a person of color than to say you have no power. People of color have long utilized the most basic power that every human being has, and that's the power to resist policy, and that's the power to resist racist policies. That's the power to resist a racist society. But if you're a person of color and you believe that people coming here from Honduras and El Salvador are invading this country, you believe that these Latinx immigrants are animals and rapists, then you're certainly not, if you're Black or Asian or Native, going to be a part of the struggle to defend Latinx immigrants, to recognize that Latinx immigrants have much to give to this country, as any other group of people, you're going to view these people as, quote, taking away your jobs. And so therefore, you're going to support racist rhetoric. You're going to support racist policies. And even though...
Yeah, so this is like the house curries I talk about. The house curries that I talk about. The obedient Indians. The obedient Indians. The ones who are ready to give away their own fucking self-respect to be to get a couple of pats on their head from white supremacy. It's fucking ridiculous.
That is probably going to be harming you. In other words, it's going to be harming, if you're Black, immigrants coming from Haiti and Nigeria. If you're Asian, immigrants coming from India. And so I think it's critically important for even people of color to realize they have the power to resist. And when people of color view other people of color as the problem, they're not going to view racism as the problem. And anyone who is not viewing racism as the problem is not being anti-racist.
Yep. And I can fucking guarantee you, the LARPing fucking leftists don't even consider race. I wish I wish Kairos Rev was here. I wish Kairos Rev was here. I don't know if he's in the chat, but if you are here, Kairos, or if you want to join, I want to talk to you about this. Because Kairos, when I spoke to him, tried to make it seem like, you know, race wasn't such a big deal when it came to European colonization. It was just one of those things that happened to be there, but it wasn't the thing that, you know, caused all of it. Right? To me, that is perpetuating racism. That is perpetuating the structure of racism. To not acknowledge that racism exists when it's so obvious is to perpetuate it. And people on the left, especially on fucking Twitch, need to grow a fucking spine and start to understand that if you don't factor in white supremacy and white privilege into your political thinking, into your thinking about society, that you're not leftist. You're not leftist. You're just a racist LARPing as a leftist.
You touched on this a bit in your beginning talk here, but you know, you've talked about how racism is the reason that Black communities and communities of color are systemically disadvantaged in America, which has led to so many more deaths from COVID-19 in those communities. And yet the media is often placing the blame on people of color for their vulnerability to illness. So I'm curious, in line with that, what is the relationship between anti-racism and the potential for systemic change?
I think it's a direct relationship, because when you believe and have consumed racist ideas, you're not going to even believe change is necessary, because you're going to believe that racial inequality is normal, or you're not going to believe change is possible. In other words, you're going to believe that the reason why Black people are being killed by police at such high rates, or the reason why Latinx people are being infected at such high rates is because there's something wrong with them and nothing can be changed. And so you wouldn't even begin to even see the need for systemic structural change, let alone be a part of the struggle for systemic structural change. And so to be anti-racist, again, is to recognize that there's only two causes of racial inequity. Either there's something wrong with people, or there's something wrong with power and policy. And if you realize that there's nothing wrong with any group of people, and I keep mentioning...
Yeah, Chris, the other way to word that is that they believe equity is racism. Not equality. Equity is racism. So we have this problem in New Zealand where equity for Maori is seen by many people, I'm including brown people too, as racism, as somehow giving one race a privilege over another, without understanding the reason why equity needs to exist in New Zealand is because of the state-sponsored racist crimes against Maori. The crimes were race-based. So justice for those crimes has to be race-based. You can't just mass murder and commit cultural genocide on Maori and not expect there to be justice for Maori. It's ludicrous. So this is a very important concept. They don't believe equality is inequity. They believe equity is racism. And that's the trick that a lot of politicians use as well. Politicians in New Zealand will say, "Oh, we want equality in our society. So we don't want racist policies like those that privilege Maori." You see what they do? We want equality, so we don't want racist policies that benefit Maori. They've turned the table. But the fact is, in order for New Zealand to be an equal society, there has to be justice for the state-sponsored racist crimes against Maori. If there isn't justice for the state-sponsored racist crimes against Maori, then there is no equality. What politicians are asking for is amnesia. They want you to forget. They want you to forget.
Mentioning groups, I'm not saying individuals. There's certainly Black individuals who didn't take coronavirus seriously, which is one of the reasons why they were infected. But there are white people who didn't take coronavirus seriously. There's no one has ever proven, actually studies have shown that Black people were more likely to take the coronavirus seriously than white people. We're not talking about individuals here, and we certainly should not be individualizing groups. We certainly should not be looking at the individual behavior of one Latinx person or one Black person and saying,
yeah, exactly. And you will get politicians that we have on the right wing here in the ACT Party and in New Zealand First Party, Maori people, right? They're Maori Europeans, say implementing bigoted anti-Maori policy. That's insane, you would think, but it happens a little bit. And Maori people will sometimes say gross things like, "Go back to where you came from." I mean, they're not like, individuals aren't immune from bigotry. But because a Maori person has been bigoted, that does not mean that the whole group doesn't deserve self-determination as justice for the state-sponsored racist crimes. Those crimes still happened.
saying they're representatives of the group. That's a racist idea in and of itself.
Correct.
And so I'm talking about groups. And if you believe the groups are equals, then the only other alternative, the only other explanation to persisting inequity and injustice is power and policy. And to then spend your time transforming and challenging power and policy is to spend your time being anti-racist.
So we have some questions that are coming in from the audience. First one here is from a community member that asks, when we talk about white privilege, we talk also about the privilege not to have the difficult conversations. Do you feel that's starting to change?
I hope so. And because I think that white Americans too need to simultaneously recognize their privileges, the privileges that they have accrued as a result of their whiteness. And the only way in which they're going to be able to do that is by initiating and having these conversations. But then they also should recognize that yes, they have more. White Americans have more due to racist policy. But the question I think white Americans should be having, particularly when they're having these conversations among themselves, is would we have if we had a more equitable society, would we have more? Because what I'm asking is that, white Americans have more because of racism, but there are other groups of people in other Western democracies who have more than white Americans. And then you start to ask the question, why is it that people in other countries have free healthcare? Why is it that they have paid family leave? Why is it that they have a massive safety net? Why is it that we do not? And the answer to one of the major answers to why we do not here have is racism. One of the major answers as to why Donald Trump is president of the United States is racism. And so I'm not really asking white Americans to be altruistic in order to be anti-racist. We're really asking people to have intelligent self-interest. Those 4 million, I should say 5 million poor whites in 1860, whose poverty was the direct result of the riches of a few thousand white slaveholding families. In order to challenge slavery, we weren't saying, we need you to be altruistic. No, we actually need you to do what's in your self-interest. Those tens of millions of Americans, white Americans who've lost their jobs as a result of this pandemic, we're not asking them to be altruistic. We're asking them to realize that if we had a different type of government with a different set of priorities, then they would be much better off right now.
Yeah, they won't do it. The reason why they won't do it is because white privilege is because they know that white privilege is more important to them than having free healthcare. I mean, but my constitution, yeah, exactly. White privilege is far more like addictive than, or the notion of white privilege is far more addictive than having fucking healthcare. That's why they keep voting for fucking Trump. Because Trump is their messiah, the bringer of white power.
I'm sorry, don't get me started.
No, we're grateful to you. Thank you. And in line with that, obviously these protests and this movement have led to some progress, the removal of Confederate monuments, the Minneapolis City Council pledging to dismantle the police department, et cetera. But what do you view as the greatest priority on a policy level as this fight for justice continues? I mean, are there any ways that we could learn from other countries?
I don't actually think necessarily there's a singular sort of policy priority. I mean, if someone was to force me to answer, I would probably say two, and that is high quality free healthcare for all. And so when I say high quality, I'm not just talking about Medicare for all. I'm talking about a simultaneous scenario in which in rural Southwest Georgia, where the people are predominantly Black, and have some of the highest death rates in the country, those counties in Southwest Georgia from COVID, that they would have access to healthcare as high quality as people do in Atlanta and New York City. And then simultaneously that access, that healthcare would be free. So many Americans, not only, of course, are dying this year of COVID, but also of heart disease and cancer, which are the number one killers before COVID of Americans, and they're disproportionately Black. And so I would say that, and then secondarily, I would say reparations. And many Americans claim that They believe in racial equality. They want to bring about racial equality.
Yep.
Many Americans recognize just how critical economic livelihood is for every person in this country, in this economic system. But then many Americans reject or are not supportive of reparations.
Yep.
And so we have a situation in which white Americans are, last I checked, their median wealth is 10 times the median wealth of Black Americans. And according to a recent study, by 2053, between now, I should say, and 2053, white median wealth is projected to grow. And this was before this current recession. But and Black median wealth is expected to redline at $0. And that, based on this current recession, that may be pushed up a decade. And so we not only have a racial wealth gap, but we have a racial wealth gap that's growing. And so for those Americans who claim they are committed to racial equality, who also recognize the importance of economic livelihood, and who also know that wealth is inherited, and the majority of wealth is inherited. And when you think of the inheritance, you're thinking of past, and
This interview was 6 years ago.
the past policies that many Americans consider to be racist, whether it's slavery or even redlining. How would we even begin to close this growing racial wealth gap without a massive program like reparations?
Well, sort of connected to this idea of thinking about wealth disparity and wealth inequality in this country, we have a question from community member Dana Pearls. She asks, how do you suggest liberal white organizations effectively address problems of racism within the work environment, particularly in environments where people remain silent in the face of racism or make token statements without looking internally?
Sure. And so I would make a few suggestions. One, for several decades now, every
Walaikum assalam, Juju.
workplace has publicly pledged a commitment to diversity. Typically, they have diversity statements. I would basically rip up those diversity statements and write a new statement. And that's a statement committed to anti-racism. And in that statement, you would clearly
Oh, thank fuck, bro. Oh my gosh. You know, this is why I am not that upset about fucking DEI or DEI programs, because they were a really shitty ass way to truly build anti-racism in corporations. It was an excuse to just hire white women at a higher rate. I would much rather see companies implementing real anti-racist policies. Like, don't be a fucking racist, you know? Like, real policies internally.
define what a racist idea is, what an anti-racist idea is, what a racist policy is, and what an anti-racist policy is. And you would state as a workplace that you're committed to having a
Love it.
culture of anti-racist ideas and having a culture, having an institution made up of anti-racist policies. And so then everybody can measure everyone's ideas and the policies of that workplace based on that document. And I think that could begin the process of transformation. I also think it's critically important for workplaces to not only sort of diversify their staff, but diversify their upper administration.
Yeah.
And I think that's absolutely critical as well.
We have some more questions coming in from the audience. We have one from Melissa Mahoney, who's asking, Donald Trump seems to be making supporting Black Lives Matter a partisan issue, for example, making fun of Mitt Romney for participating in a peaceful protest. How do we uncouple this to make it nonpartisan?
Well, I mean, I think that to say the lives of Black people is a democratic declaration is simultaneously stating that Republicans do not value Black life. And so, I mean, because if that's essentially what Donald Trump is saying, if he's stating that there's a problem with marching for Black lives, then what is the solution? The solution is not marching. What's the other alternative? The other alternative is not marching for Black lives. The other alternative is not caring when Black people die of police violence or COVID. And so to me, if the way in which we make this a nonpartisan issue is to strike back or argue back in that way. And obviously Republicans are going to claim they're not saying that, but it's a very simple thing. Either you believe Black Lives Matter or you don't. And if you believe Black Lives Matter because you believe in human rights and you believe in the human right for Black people and all people to live and to not have to fear police violence and not have to fear the state and not have to fear that a peaceful protest is going to be broken up because some politician wants to get a campaign op, then you're going to institute policy that shows it, or you're not.
So I want to ask a question that just about how people can think about anti-racism and how they can actually bring this into their lives. You know, I imagine that a lot of folks they hear this and they're like, oh, you know, I have to be really thoughtful about how my actions and my words
It's a very simple
are
thing.
perceived.
Either you
What is the
believe
perceived intention behind what it is that I'm saying, and that may feel exhausting. And I think that connects even to this idea of policy. And so I'm curious, you know, there is a huge element of thoughtfulness that comes along with this work of being anti-racist. And, you know, what is your reaction and response to those who feel concerned about the mental exhaustion from having to constantly think about how your actions may hurt or harm others?
So I think part of the concern that people have about mental exhaustion is this idea that they don't ever want to make a mistake. And in that state, and I think to be anti-racist is to make mistakes and is to recognize when we make a mistake. For us, it's what's critical is to have those very clear definitions so that we can assess our words, we can assess our deeds. And when we make a mistake, we just own up to it and say, you know what, that was a racist idea. You know what, I was supporting a racist policy, but I'm going to change. The other thing I think is important for us to realize is in many ways, we are addicted. And when I say we, individuals and certainly this country is addicted to racism. And that's one of the reasons why for so many people, they're just in denial. People are usually deny their addictions. But then once we realize that we have this addiction, everyone who has been addicted, you know, you talk to, you know, friends and family members who are overcoming an addiction to substance abuse, they're not going to say that they're just healed, that they don't have to think about this regularly. That, you know, someone who is overcoming alcoholism is going to say, you know what, this is a day by day process. And I take it day by day and moment by moment. And I'm actually, yes, it's difficult to restrain myself from reverting back to what I'm addicted to, but at the same time, it's liberating, it's freeing. Because I'm no longer having to wallow in that addiction. And so I think, and I'm no longer having to hurt people due to my addiction. And I think that's critical. You know, I think we spend too much time thinking about how we feel and less time thinking about how our actions and ideas make others feel. And I think that's one thing that the George Floyd video forced Americans to do, was to really see and hear, especially, how someone feels as a result of their racism.
We have another question from the audience.
This is such a nicely managed, nicely moderated chat. I really love it. I love it. It really goes through all of the important bits, you know. I one thing I didn't like about DEI was it was too hard to explain. DEI was too hard to explain because people didn't actually know what the fuck DEI was. But when you explain DEI, people get it. And the simplicity is there, but it was made complex because people didn't want it to work, essentially. And ultimately, the crux of DEI, the core mechanism of DEI, was to make jobs available to groups that wouldn't have had that job available before. Right? To apply. Just to apply. Just to apply. Not to hire as a quota system, but to apply. So that the net went wider and you got more CVs in, so that you could hire from a wider set of candidates. So you would make it accessible to all communities. And it's just like people just forgot it was that simple and started to talk about quotas and started to talk about all of this bullshit. People just got scared and started hiring white women. But I think an internal statement, an internal commitment to anti-racism is so much more powerful. Firstly, educating people about what anti-racism is, and then committing to it as an organization. I think that is a beautiful fucking concept, because then you've committed to anti-racism, not a quota system, but you've committed to understanding what anti-racism is. And even if you commit even if you have racist behavior, you can be held to account. You can be held to account. It's a simple, measurable thing. And I believe that DEI fucked it up really badly because of that. Yeah, so many of these things get written off by the public simply by a few bad actors saying, actually, it means this. Then suddenly a simple concept is confusing. And it was shown if you hired with natural racist biases that you wouldn't pick the best option because you'd exclude more skilled people based on race, often without realizing it. Yeah, exactly. That's the point of this. It's like you widen the net so you get more people into come in and interview. But it's not about just picking people on quotas, which is what it became, which is what it devolved into from a narrative perspective. But it was never that. It was never that. And people got scared. I don't know if they got scared or it was just still, it didn't really break down racist biases because they still just ended up hiring white women.
This one is asking about, can you speak to the intersectionality between the work of anti-racism, feminism, and gay rights? How does the work of anti-racism relate and affect the work for these other human rights issues?
Sure. So when I define a racist idea as any idea that suggests a racial group is superior or inferior to another racial group in any way. And I use the term racial group as opposed to race, because every race is a collection of racialized intersectional groups. And so you have Black women and Black men, and you have Black heterosexuals and Black queer people.
I love that. I love that. I love that. That is such a great way to put it. Yeah, it makes it clear what you mean.
Just as you have Latinx women and white women and Asian men. And what's critical for us to understand is there hasn't just been racist ideas that have targeted, let's say, Black people. there's been racist ideas that have been developed and have targeted Black women, that have targeted Black lesbians, that have targeted Black transgender women. And oftentimes these racist ideas targeting these intersectional groups are intersecting with other forms of bigotry that is also targeting these groups. To give an example about Black women, one of the oldest racist ideas about Black women was this idea that they're inferior women, or that they're not even women at all, and that they're inferior to white women, who are the pinnacle of womanhood. And that idea has intersected with this sexist idea that suggests that women are weak, that the more weak a person is, a woman is, the more woman she is. And the stronger a woman is, the more masculine she is. These two ideas have intersected to constantly sort of degrade Black women as this idea of the strong Black masculine woman who is inferior to the weak white woman. And so the only way to really understand these constructs of a weak, super feminine white woman and a strong, hyper masculine Black woman is to understand sexist ideas, is to reject sexist ideas. And I'll say very quickly, the same goes for the intersection of racism and homophobia, in which Black queer people have been subjected to this idea that they are more hypersexual, because there's this idea of queer people as being more hypersexual than heterosexuals. And so Black queer people have been tagged as more hypersexual than white queer people and Black heterosexuals. And if you can't really see that and understand that and reject that, if you're not rejecting and understanding and challenging homophobia too.
Yeah, and this goes to the transgender community. The white transgender community has to be aware that the black and the black transgender community is at a disadvantage in terms of fighting their oppressor, because ultimately the white transgender person has white privilege. Like, you have to see this. Like, if you don't understand that bit, then it's just not. This is why for me, dismantling white supremacy and white privilege has to be number one on the list.
And, to this point of
raid detected. Thank you, Raiders. Welcome. Hope you stick around and hit that follow button. Squid! Yo! Welcome, Squid! Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid, Squid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey, Moku. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Squid, I haven't seen you for a while. It's so good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. We're going through a couple of talks about anti-racism and Ibram x Kendi. We're going to talk a little bit about cultural appropriation. We're going to talk a little bit about we're going to listen to Ta-Nehisi quotes about Gaza as well. So get in, folks. This is a really sort of invigorating conversation if you're open to it. And I think people like Kendi, people like Ta-Nehisi quotes can teach us a lot. So come on in, everybody. I hope you had an incredible stream, Squid. It's good to see you. Thank you. Tenakwe.
Challenging. We have another question from Miriam Mohit in our community, who asks, how do you see cancel culture and anti-racism interacting? For example, when someone did something obviously racist in the past and it comes to light. How do we respond to that?
Wow. So I think it's very, very complex. I do obviously encourage people to transform themselves, to change, to admit those times in which they were being racist. And and so obviously we as a community have to give people that ability to do that. We can't, when someone admits that they were being racist, we can't immediately obviously cancel them. But I also think that there are people who do something so egregious, and there are people who are so unwilling to recognize how egregious what they just did is. So in a particular moment, so not just the horrible, vicious act, but
That's a nice message, Motku. Thank you. I absolutely agree.
then on top of that, the refusal to even admit the horrible, vicious act. In that case, I could see how people would literally want to cancel them. And I think that we have to, on the other hand, we have to have some sort of consequence, public consequence, cultural consequence for people acting in a racist manner, especially in an extremely egregious way. And for many people, they've decided, you know what, I'm just going to cancel folks. And I'm not going to necessarily critique them, but I do think we should try to figure out a way to discern those who are refusing to transform themselves and those who made a mistake and recognized it and truly are committed to transforming themselves.
Yeah, I mean, one of the concerns many activists have been expressing is that the energy behind the Black Lives Matter movement has to stay high for anti-racist change to truly take place. I think that applies to what you just said as well. And I guess I'm curious what your opinion is on, when the protests start to wane and people's donation matching campaigns fade into the background, how can we all ensure that this conversation about anti-racism stays central?
Sure. So in How to Be an Anti-Racist, in one of the final chapters, this chapter called Failure, I talked about what I call feelings advocacy. And this is people feeling bad about what's happening, what happened to George Floyd or what happened to Ahmaud Arbery.
I want to read you a little excerpt from a book I'm reading. It's called Afro Decolonial Manifesto. It was recommended by Achada Nidar. It's by Norman Ajari. Or Ajari. I don't know how to pronounce that exactly right. But I just wanted to read you a little bit about alienation. And this is Afrophobia. Can you post link to this, Mr. Beginning? Yeah, absolutely lost in trance. So this is what I talk about. The progressive mindset, right? And it's a really fucking good book. Progressives, whether European or African, often display a certain disdain for the way in which Black activists focus on the issue of alienation. The struggle against cultural stigma is satirized as an archaic chauvinism unconnected to contemporary realities. This attitude demonstrates a poor understanding of the profound nature of alienation. It is not a matter of misplaced personal glory or pride in one's lineage. Interpreting the political thought of Malcolm X, African-American philosopher Michael E. Sawyer writes that Black bodies have been conditioned through coercion to consider the self and find the self to be in a condition of lack, and in this deficit to find something that can best be labeled as self-hate. I think, therefore, I hate myself. And And progressive spaces, this is what I tell you. Progressive spaces have to be extremely, extremely clear that these ideas of racism, not ideas, but these facts about racism, aren't just made up, right? These aren't microaggressions to talk about it and feel deeply about it. Progressive spaces, if they don't prioritize understanding white privilege and white supremacy, you're not a progressive space. Because racism is the most potent a societal structure of oppression that exists today. White supremacy is the most potent ideology that has embedded itself into every structure of the world we live in over 600 years. So you can't just go into a progressive space and say, oh, I'm going to ignore the most important fucking thing. So we have to be very clear. And it's, I'm reading book after book after book on this. Some incredible thought leadership on this, man. Like, it's incredible to like just absorb all of this information, because you start to go, yeah, I've been there, I've done that. As a brown person, I can say I've been there, I've done that, almost to the level of self-hate to say, actually, no, that racism doesn't exist. It's just me. It's me being weak.
Or what happened to Breonna Taylor. They just feel bad about this country and where this country is headed. And so the way they go about feeling better is by coming to a demonstration. The way they go about feeling better is by donating to a particular organization. The way they go about feeling better is reading a book. And so if this is what many
Totally,
Americans are doing, then once they feel better, in other words, once the individual feels better through their participation in book clubs or
Oh shit, don't talk about book clubs, because I'll tell you what white women read in their book clubs. Good day. Isa, even in Korea, where it is monoracial nation, when I lived there, bleaching skin products was so popular. Shit.
demonstrations or donation campaigns, then nothing's going to change except what? Their own feelings. And so we need to move past our feelings. And this isn't to say that people shouldn't feel bad, but we should use our feelings, how horrible we feel about what is going on, to put into place, put into practice sort of policies, anti-racist power and policy. In other words, our feelings should be driving us. They shouldn't be the end all. This should not be about making us feel better. This should be about transforming this country.
Thank you.
And we need to keep our eyes on transforming this country, because if we don't, then once people feel better after this is all over, then we'll be back to the same situation of being horrified by another video and then feeling bad, and then the cycle will only continue.
And, you know, I think when we think about what sort of changes we can implement and how we could make this system work better, make our governments work better, make our police work better, you know, are there models in other countries where, you know, obviously the history in the United States is really unique in terms of thinking about race and oppression. But, you know, when you look to other nations and other cultures, are there models that you look at as examples that we could potentially implement here?
I mean, there's so many. there are countries in which police officers don't wear weapons. Um, there are countries who have more people than the United States, but less prisoners. There are countries who try to fight violent crime not with more police and prisons, but with more jobs and more opportunities, because they know and see that the communities with the highest levels of violent crime tend to be communities with high levels of poverty and long-term unemployment. I think that, and then obviously other countries provides pretty sizable social safety nets for people, such that people are not committing crimes out of poverty, and such that people are not committing crimes out of despair. So I think that it's critically important for us to first and foremost think through, okay, if there's nothing wrong with the people, then how can we go about reducing police violence? How can we go about reducing racial health inequities? What policies, can we change? What policies have worked? These are the types of questions we need to be asking, because there's never really been anything wrong with the people.
In your Atlantic piece called "Who Gets to Be Afraid in America," you wrote, "What I am, a Black male, should not matter. Who I am should matter." And I feel that's, kind of...
You have colorism within the same race as society. Yeah, India is a great example of that. North and South, South Indians are usually darker than North Indians. Like, I'm South Indian. But when you look at like Bollywood and stuff, it's a very light-skinned people. And in India, a huge trend is Ibram, yes. Making your skin lighter, bleaching your skin is a big trend in India as well. So, yeah, there's spectrum of colorism, but not for white people, right? White is just white.
Kind of what you're saying, that in other places maybe that's more possible. And I'm curious, when you imagine a country in which who you are mattered first, what does that look like?
Well, what it looks like for me as a Black American is that people do not view me as dangerous and thereby make my existence dangerous. It allows me to walk around this.
Good on you, Lost in Trance. Good on you.
this country, and to not believe that people are going to fear me because of the color of my skin. It allows me to believe, you know what, I didn't get that job because I could have done better on my interview, not because of the color of my skin. It allows me to a country where there's racial equity, a country where there's racial justice, a country where there's shared opportunity, a country where African American culture and Native American culture and the cultures of Mexican Americans and Korean Americans are all valued equally. That no one's being asked to assimilate into white American culture. There's no
assimilation. Anyone who says fucking assimilation, I get so pissed off. It's so incredibly liberating to live in a country like Aotearoa, because the people who usually say, oh, you're not assimilating to New Zealand, you're not assimilating to New Zealand culture, usually an old white person. What the craziest thing about them is they're the ones who haven't assimilated, because they haven't accepted the founding document, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the Maori version. They haven't accepted it. So how the fuck can they tell me to assimilate when they don't even accept the indigenous people of this country as indigenous or as sovereign? Like, they should fucking assimilate, not me. They should assimilate.
No such thing as standard professional wear. There's no such thing as, well, you need to learn how to speak English in order to be an American. And you know, we would truly not only have equity and justice for all, but we would somehow have found a way to appreciate difference, to appreciate all of the human, ethnic, and cultural difference that exists in the United States. I mean, this is what could make this country great, in which we literally become a country where you could literally travel around this country and learn about cultures from all over the world and appreciate those cultures and understand even your own culture from what other people are doing. I mean, you know, there's so much beauty here amid all this pain. And I just want to sort of peel away and remove away, you know, all of those scabs of racist policies so that people can heal and so that we can see true beauty.
And Ibram, when you think about this moment, where do you see that on the spectrum of progress towards reaching that true beauty?
Well, I think for me, I always see progress in resistance, in demonstrations, and know just because people are calling from town squares and from city halls for progressive systemic change, that change is here. But people are calling, and people are calling in small towns and big cities, and people are calling from places we've heard of and places we need to have heard of. You know, people are calling for change, and people are fed up. I mean, we're living in a time in which we're facing a viral pandemic, a racial pandemic within that viral pandemic of people of color disproportionately being infected and dying, even an economic pandemic with over 40 million Americans having lost their jobs, and certainly this pandemic of police violence, and then people demonstrating against police violence only to suffer police violence at demonstrations. I mean, people see there's a fundamental problem here, and there's a problem that can be solved. There's an America that can be created, and people are calling for this, and that is always the beginning. The beginning is what we're experiencing now.
I think that this next audience question.
The craziest fucking thing is all these three people will probably vote for like, or vote like, will ask people to vote for Kamala Harris. Like, this is the thing, right? It's important to recognize all of these things, but when you only recognize it in certain situations, it's no good. And Ta-Nehisi Code speaks to that. Ta-Nehisi Code speaks to that. I'll bring that up after this video. I'm getting sleepy. Thank you for the subject and conversation. Oh, of course, Moku. Welcome. You're welcome. Sleep well. Hope you have a restful sleep.
Follows well from that, which is, what gives you hope right now?
So certainly resistance to racism has always given me hope. And so even if, let's say, 6 months ago, we were not in a time which almost every night, you know, all over this country, people were demonstrating against racism, but I could just look to history when people were resisting. And so resistance always brings me hope, because it is always resistance that and it's, of course, it's stormy, but the rainbow is typically on the other side. But I also receive hope philosophically, because I know that in order to bring about change, we have to believe in change. There's just no way a change maker can be cynical. It's impossible. So I know I have to believe in change in order to bring it about.
I mean, and we have another question here, which addresses some of the things you talked about before in terms of the structural change that we need to bring about. You know, from Miriam Mohid, in terms of putting into practice the transformative policies, is then the most important thing to loudly vote the right people into office at every level who can make those structural changes happen?
So I think that is part of it. I certainly think we should vote into office people who, from school boards to the President of the United States, people who are committed to instituting anti-racist policies that lead to equity and justice.
Yeah, and I will just add on to this, not stepping on Kendi's toes here. This includes foreign policy. Okay? That's the bit that I just want to add on. It's not just your local environment. It includes foreign policy. Like, if you can't have equitable policies, foreign policies that aren't, if you have foreign policies that aren't anchoring human rights, it's just not good. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Des. I'm not surprised because, again, like, I think this is the extent of people like Kendi's activism is local only, but they won't extrapolate it to foreign policy. You have to. That is what resistance is all about. It's got to be bigger than your own fucking neighborhood.
And I think that that's critically important. But I don't think that we should think that that's the only thing we should be focused on or the only thing that we should be doing. And there are institutions, there are neighborhoods that need to be transformed, that are to a certain extent outside of the purview of a policymaker who's an elected official. There are administrators and CEOs and presidents who have the power to transform policies within their spheres, within their institutions. And so we should be focused there. The last thing I'll say about voting is, I wrote a series of pieces for The Atlantic early this year that sought to get Americans thinking about who I call the other swing voter. And not the traditional swing voter who swings from Republican to Democrat, who are primarily older and white. I'm talking about the people who swing from voting Democrat to not voting at all. And these people are typically younger, and they're typically people of color, but they're especially young people of color, especially young Black and Latinx Americans. And so we should view these people, these young Black and Latino voters who are trying to decide whether to vote, as swing voters, in the way we view these people who are trying to decide between whether to vote for, let's say, Trump or Biden in the general election. In other words, to view them both as swing voters is to view them both in a way that, okay, we need to persuade these people. They're not.
So even I think Kendi has room to grow, right? Like, the one big thing that's happened in the last 6 years is Gaza. And I think Ta-Nehisi Coates has shown his evolution, and he understands why people didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I wonder if Kendi understands that, because that is the real test to me. It's not just this. It's, do you care about foreign policy as much as you do domestic policy? Hey, Lava, welcome.
Not political cattle. We're not just going to turn them out. We need to encourage and persuade them. And then we also, for these other swing voters, need to make it easier for them to vote. And typically, these young people of color, it's the hardest for them to vote because of voter suppression policies.
Thank you, Ibram. Well, we're going to come to a close of this interview, but I'd love to ask you to read something that you wrote a couple of days ago on Instagram. You wrote this beautiful caption on a photo of your daughter. And I'm wondering if you'd be willing to share that with us and briefly tell us how we can each take this perspective into our own lives.
Sure. So yeah, I posted a picture of my 4-year-old daughter, Imani, And in the caption, I wrote, I love, and because I love, I resist. There have been many theories on what's fueling the growing demonstrations against racism in public and private. Let me offer another one. Love. We love. We know the lives of our loved ones, especially our Black loved ones, are endangered under the violence of racism. People ask me all the time, what fuels me? It is the same, love. Love of this little girl, love of all the little and big people who I want to live full lives in the fullness of their humanity, not barred by racist policies, not degraded by racist ideas, not terrorized by racist violence. Let us be anti-racist. Let us defend life. Let us defend our human rights to live and live fully because we love. And, Chloe, I just wanted to sort of emphasize that, at the heart of being anti-racist is love, is loving one's
back, guys.
country, loving one's
Have a
loving
nosebleed.
one's humanity, loving one's relative.
I'll be back. Hey. Sorry. Welcome. I'm back. Oh my gosh. Guys, when I get sick and if I blow my nose just explodes. It's not good. But I've had this problem since I was a kid. It's just something I've lived with. Oh, shit. What's happened here? Yeah, what? Okay. No blue light today. Anywho, one time I sneezed so hard from being sick, I broke a rib. Bodies are. You broke a rib? What? Oh my gosh. You broke a rib. Okay. Okay. This is Kendi. Hey Aaron, you okay? Come here, my love. I'm okay. I just want some kisses. No, thank you. I'm okay. Yum. No, that's enough. Speaking of cats, how's Ginger? He's good. He's good. He's getting better. His his diarrhea stopped. So pretty happy about that. Yeah, we're concerned it's constipation now. So it's never ending. We're helicopter parents. We were helicopter parents, but now we're just crazy. Oh, Amber. Yeah, we're not crazy. Yeah, we're not crazy. What are you talking about? We're not crazy. All right. This is an interesting discussion. Are white people being replaced? I haven't heard this one. Okay, I haven't heard this. This was 2 months ago. Are white people being replaced? What do you guys think?
Replacement theorists came along and said to people, this is happening to you because those immigrants are coming to harm you. Those Black people are coming to undermine you. Those Muslims are coming to destroy your culture.
Welcome back to The Tea. I'm your host, Miriam Francois. Are white people being replaced? If you've heard that immigrants are invading our country or erasing our culture, you've already met the Great Replacement Theory, or GRT for short. What was once
GRT? They even got a little acronym for it.
dismissed as a fringe conspiracy is now fully mainstream. Nearly 1 in 3 Americans believe an effort is underway to replace US-born citizens with
Yes.
immigrants. In France, over 60% believe white Christian populations are being replaced, particularly by Muslims. From Donald Trump warning that migrants are poisoning the blood of America to Hindu nationalist rhetoric in India portraying Muslims as a demographic threat, this nativist fear has gone global. But GRT isn't just a warped ideology. It is a violent motive. In San Diego this week, 2 teenagers opened fire at an Islamic center and mosque, killing 3 people. Investigators recovered a manifesto and a live stream video tying them directly to GRT and efforts to trigger a race war. Tragically, this isn't even San Diego's first encounter with GRT violence. In 2000,
Yeah, Chrome. What they'll do is they'll quote Thomas Sowell, who talks about race hustling. And they'll call everybody who talks about their experience with racism race hustlers, while believing in the Great Replacement Theory. The best way is like, do you think white people are being replaced right now? And they'll fucking explode if you ask them that question.
19, a white supremacist attacked a synagogue and a mosque, explicitly claiming Jewish people were orchestrating a meticulously planned genocide of the European race.
Wow.
GRT has become the ideological spine of modern mass terror. From Christchurch and El Paso to Buffalo, ideas today are being used to justify the murder of children. Because, make no mistake, children were targeted this week, just as they were at Christchurch. If you're wondering why they want
Yeah. Thomas Sowell is like the black Jordan Peterson, you know?
to murder our children,
Yeah,
that
out there,
question is
mentioned.
long overdue. The sheer volume of anti-Muslim hate flowing from Western political ranks to media pundits abounds. I don't usually make these introductions personal, but let me be clear. J'accuse. I accuse every one of you who has stood by as politicians depict Muslims as a dangerous threat. I'm looking at every person who has hidden behind patriotism to stand side by side with people who endorse our expulsion and murder. Where were you when CARE, the biggest American Muslim civil rights organization, was designated as terrorist, or during the Muslim ban, or throughout years of ongoing Sharia-fueled hysteria? There must be a reckoning with the very ideas fueling this violence against all our children. So today I'm asking, how did extremism become the baseline? Who is driving this shift? And crucially, whose interests are served by its spread? Joining me today is Ibram X. Kendi, award-winning historian, professor, and author of 18 books, including Stamped from the Beginning and How to Be an Anti-Racist. In his latest book, Chain of Ideas, The Origins of Our Authoritarian Age, Kendi argues that these fringe replacement ideas are actively fueling the global rise of authoritarian politics from Washington to New
Anatolian
Delhi.
alt.
Ibram, welcome to the show. Thanks for being here.
Of course. Thank you for having me on.
Hey, so are we normalizing calling Europe the West Asian Peninsula? Can we please just normalize it? Can we just normalize calling it that? Because I'm sick of calling it Europe. The West Asian Peninsula.
We're obviously speaking at a really raw time for, I think, Muslims around the world, for, communities around the world, but in particular right now, the Muslim community in America is reeling from what's just happened in San Diego. And that was an attack that has its very own links to GRT, the Great Replacement Theory. So I was wondering if we could maybe start out with you explaining to us the connection as you see it between GRT and the attack in San Diego.
I define Great Replacement Theory as this political theory that suggests that there are these globalist elites who are enabling peoples of color to displace the lives and even livelihoods of white people who apparently need authoritarian protection. And one of the main
Who is this woman? It's Marie Francois.
Groups that is considered to be a replacer,
Dr.
a
Mariam
replacer of, let's say, white people or even white Christians or Muslims. And it's imagined that Muslims, particularly Muslim immigrants,
she's very well known,
are coming to take the lives of white people. And it appears, based on some of the early reports, that the shooters who attacked the mosque in San Diego believe
West Asian Peninsula, WAP. WAP, 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 WAP.
that Muslims were here and coming and taking the lives.
We're calling, we're calling Europe West Asian Peninsula. So the acronym for that is WAP. Europe is now WAP, everybody. Oh my gosh, Amber, stop.
Of white people. And indeed, for the last few weeks, you've had a number of politicians who framed Muslim Americans as the so-called internal enemy, which is also, like the term invader, a critical term within Great Replacement Theory. And so, unfortunately, another form of political violence was incited by this incredibly dangerous theory.
And you've argued that Great Replacement Theory has become the most dominant political theory of our time. You talk about it as a chain of interlocking ideas, which together give the Great Replacement Theory its reach and strength. So just for people who are maybe not so familiar,
a bucket and a mop for that West Asian Peninsula. Yes.
with us, can you give us a sense of that sort of chain of ideas and the way it's permeated our culture?
So I not only in Chain of Ideas wanted to write about how Great Replacement Theory spread throughout the world, frankly, over the last 2 decades, but I also wanted to really show the building blocks to this theory. So every theory is a collection of ideas, or in the case of Great Replacement Theory, I identified 10 key ideas.
Yeah, I love it too. I caught that right at the beginning. The GOAT. Love it.
That provide the basis for this idea, for this theory, and I call this the chain of ideas. And so to give
so I am about, I don't know about, I'm in appropriation. Am I up to appropriation? No, I'm in expropriation. Yeah, exploitation over. Yes. Yeah, unspeakable destruction. I'm up to. Okay. Aiming to destroy. All right. So no, I'm not overstimulated. I want you guys to read this book. It got suggested to me in chat, and I'm about 20% of the way through it. Afro Decolonial Manifesto. Afro Decolonial. Yeah. Afro Decolonial Manifesto. I've started reading this. I'm telling you, I am hooked. I am hooked. I read 20% of it already. I went through it fast. I started it today, 20% of the way through. Yeah, it's nonfiction. Yeah. Afro Decolonial Manifesto. Does that sound like a fiction book? No. Okay. By Norman Ajari. Everybody get it, read it. It's freaking awesome.
For an example, the first link in the chain of ideas is what's called the zero-sum story. And so it's imagined, for instance, that as Black people gain, white people lose, or as Muslims gain, Christians lose. That's a zero-sum idea. And the reason why that becomes pivotal and foundational to great replacement theory, right, is because when people look out at other groups, other racial or ethnic or religious groups advancing or coming or acquiring or moving into positions, people don't see that as progress. They see that actually as their own group losing.
Yep. What happened to Jason Ade? This is exactly what happened to Jason Ade. White Britain saw Jason in that position of power as white Britain losing. And the tabloids went after him. They went after him and lynched him. And it was insane what the tabloids did. But this is exactly why they did it. And this, in fact, is why white people in America keep voting for Trump. Right here.
And which is a pivotal element within great replacement theory.
And why do they perceive it as losing? Like, why do we assume, because it's not necessarily the case that you would interpret one group's gains as another great group's losses. So how have we got here that that's how some people are perceiving this?
I try actually to show the history of the zero-sum idea, and it's a long-standing myth, and it's an easy way to explain very complicated situations in society. And so, to give an example, people believe that if there is a housing crisis in a particular community, that if meaning a lack of affordable housing, then if you have more immigrants who are coming into that community, then they're taking the housing from you. When in actuality, it could be.
I wouldn't call him a race realist. I would call him a eugenicist. Speaking of book recs, any fiction books you're enjoying? A fiction book I have enjoyed is Ghassan Kanafani's Men in the Sun. Very short read. It's a short story, basically. Yeah, incredible book, worth a read. Ghassan Kanafani.
That of the available housing stock, you have developers who are creating luxury 3,000 or 4,000 square foot condos where that one person lives in, right? And so what happens is it allows people.
Yeah, I saw Aaron Bastani with that long as response. He piled on. He's full of shit. I'm never watching Novara Media ever again. He piled on. He instigated. Unless and until he apologizes for what he did and acknowledges what he did, I ain't watching that fucking show ever again. I'm not going to be highlighting it on my live either. Because fuck that shit, bro. He piled on. I saw his tweets. Nah. You can't let that go. You can't let that go. That Bastani is a weirdo, honestly.
Those who are pushing this theory are able to deflect for the ways that their policies are leading, let's say, to a lack of affordable housing or leading to people not getting access to jobs or livelihoods.
Chrome Viper.
And then they're able to reframe, or I should say, deflect blame onto the people who are also suffering.
And so some of the components of Great Replacement Theory.
By the way, I just want you to understand that I am just starting on my reading journey, like reading into these subjects. I am just starting on this journey, okay? So I'm starting to read like all of these sorts of books. I used to read boring ass fucking very capitalist centric books before. But ever since I burnt out and got a new perspective on life, I have started reading these books. So don't take me as someone who knows a lot about these subjects. I'm learning with you guys. And I am piecing things together as well. Okay? So like I don't want to paint the wrong picture of like I am super knowledgeable about these things. That is not my intent. I'm learning along with you guys.
That we hear in popular culture all the time, these ideas of, obviously populations being replaced, fears of demographic change, this idea that culture is changing, that people don't recognize their country. I was just wondering, for people who might be listening to this, who may have bought into parts of GRT, because it is so popularized now, you find it even in memes, right? It's everywhere. Mm-hmm. What do you say to people who say, well, how can you deny, the demographic changes? The biggest cities in America and Europe have, many of them today no longer have white majorities or Christian or English speaking majorities. Immigrants have larger families. On average, birth rates in Europe are declining. And that all of this is sort of changing the nature of these societies in fundamental ways, which they feel represents a loss of continuity with the past. What do you say to those people?
Here's what I say to those people. Fuck more. Just keep fucking. Make babies. 2.1 is the number you need to reach on average to get to replacement, Just fuck. Just start fucking. Great is the new GRT is the new white anxiety at not having been held accountable for the majority of the atrocities at their hands. Yeah. One of my favorite introspective thoughts is realizing no matter how much I have read, am reading and will read, I will never be able to reach a point of completion. Same with music, film, and so on. Yeah, I think that's such a humbling thought and a really good one. And it's really good to acknowledge that, we're not here to be fucking Professor Jiang. Just talk shit. Yeah, it's we're learning about the world together. At Noisy Immigrant, I've heard you talk about burnout. You think it was an autistic burnout like me? I just watched video about it the other day. I don't know, man. I just worked myself into oblivion to try and prove my worth, and it's I almost died. Like I went for a run and my chest tightened up, and the doctor said, if you don't change something, you're gonna fucking die. Like I was in a really bad place, and I just had to drop all of my aspirations and focus on my family, because my son was a year old at that time, and I hadn't spent much time with him. I mean, I tried, right? In every possible moment I could spend time with him, I tried. I was kind of mixing work and alcohol in a really unhealthy way, in that I would work and drink at the same time, and it would help me kind of deal with all the shit I was doing. My team, so I was the chief technology officer at a high growth startup that had just got massive amounts of investment. And my technology team was in like five different time zones. So I was working like 16 hours a day, 17 hours a day, sleeping very little, 7 days a week. And it got to a stage where I was just like unable to do anything other than just like hyper focus on this, and no one really helped me in terms of like, you know, professionally. No one really helped me. Eating poorly and no exercise, yeah, for about 4 months I probably did 16-hour days without any exercise. I was exercising really well, but yeah, it became so bad. Like, yeah, I almost cocked it, bro. Almost cocked it. Almost cocked the shit out of it. Almost fell over and died. I discussed it with my wife. I discussed it. Yeah, like I said, you know, I'm still working through it, Chrome. I'm still working through it. I'm still very much working through it. Because when you've spent most of your life working towards something, and you're very much on the path to getting to whatever you thought was Shangri-La. Glad you didn't die at least yet. Yeah, I'm still trying to like you get muscle memory sometimes, and you just have to be like, okay, this is the new path, and all of that other shit doesn't matter anymore. All of that baggage doesn't matter. It's just work in progress.
Well, first, I think it's important for people to know that demographic change is a fact of history. And so when they look at their own country, there was never a time in which there was not demographic changes. The question, though, is what are those demographics that are actually changing? And so to give an example, I opened up Chain of Ideas with the story of Renaud Camus, who actually wrote the book, The Great Replacement, in 2011. And he coined the term, the Great Replacement. And he coined it based on his travels to southern France around 1996. And he saw an increase in the number of people there who he believed were Algerian or Moroccan or from other parts of North Africa. And he saw their presence, their growing presence, as a reflection of demographic change. But you know who was also coming to southern France in even greater numbers than those people of North African descent? People from countries like Italy and Portugal and the
Poland.
Netherlands and England, who were speaking different languages, bringing different cultures. But he didn't see those white migrants as a reflection of demographic change. And to me, that's indicative of, I think, what's happening around the world. People are seeing certain groups as bringing about change that they consider to be negative, and then other groups who apparently are not changing the nation or changing the culture, when they're all changing the nation and changing the cultures.
It's funny you mentioned Renaud Camus, because in France, we many decades ago, we had the Italian scares, where we used to have hysteria around Italian immigration, and the hysteria was around the idea that Italians are very different to us French people, and they're changing our culture in very profound ways because they're much more Catholic than we are. You know, we're a secular nation, and I just think it's so interesting because, to your point, you know, there is this idea that there is something that the kind of more recent migrants, and in many cases they're not migrants, right? They're the children of migrants, so they're just French people who happen to be of different ethnicities.
I've ordered my next book, Noisy, The Nerd Reich. Oh, I've heard about this book. Is this the book about oligarchy? The tech oligarchy? We'll share more once I get it and start reading it. Nice. This is such BS that potato-brained U.S. people have slurped up like the poorly educated masses.
A loyal, noisy crew member detective. Thank you for your continued support.
Yo, Crisco! Where the heck have you been? Have you been lurking, or where have you been? I haven't seen you in so long in chat. Or I've just like completely not remembered that you were there like in the morning or something. How are you, Chris Cole? Good to see you. Oh, dude. Well, on the list it goes. This is how you get situations where, i.e., black people who have lived somewhere for generations still get immigrant thrown at them. Part of my family is like this. Oh yeah. The crazy thing is when white people, like 200 years ago, there were no white people in Aotearoa, New Zealand. There were no white people in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And what are we talking about here? 400 years ago, there were no white people in North America. You know? 450 years ago. So it's like, what's the replacement exactly? Because even in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and in Australia, they're like, oh, white people are being replaced. Buddy, white people weren't even here like that long ago. What are you talking about, replaced? This is all just so fucking stupid to me that I can't take it serious. My favorite neighbors are migrants. Load my neighborhood up, please. As an American, it's crazy too, because all I ever heard was Land of the Free and Melting Pot. I never thought any different as a 43-year-old. It takes a lot of like deconstructing, I feel. Like when it truly becomes clear what your position is. My biggest wake up moment was in a corporate setting. My biggest wake up moment was understanding what my role was. What my real role was, right? So the way I was recommended for a role, a year after I had got that role, I was having lunch and a beer with the CEO, and he told me a story about how I got recommended by one of the board members who I knew really well. I considered him my mentor. Important point. Considered. I don't consider him my mentor anymore. I don't even consider him to be intellectually any more superior to anybody, because I know him now. I know who he is. So apparently this guy said to the CEO, and this was at a board meeting, he said he will work like an Indian slave. And that was a joke, right? That was a joke. And the CEO, when he told me that, he was like, I had no idea what to say. I had no idea what to say. And he told me it. He told me, I couldn't believe he told me. I've posted this story on LinkedIn, and the guy who did it, the board member messaged me on Messenger and said, hey, blah, 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 I did this, I helped you get this opportunity, blah, 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 bullshit. I was like, I don't give a fuck what opportunity you got me. If that's how you introduce people, that's your fucking problem. Like, I have burnt every fucking bridge. I've done the opposite of what you're supposed to do or what you're told to do with your network. I don't give a fuck, okay? That is the moment. That is the moment I realized who I was in that ecosystem. And that, to me, cut so deep. Like, it never left me. For the next year and a half, I tried to work my ass off to kind of lose that, he will work like an Indian slave. He's just a fucking dude who'll do the work. I wanted to drop that. And I worked my way into like a complete burnout. And I'll tell you what, man, I'm so glad that happened, because if the CEO hadn't told me, I would probably be fucking doing the same dumb shit, or maybe even died. Like, it's one thing to do something and know your role, like your real role. And it's another thing to do something and not understand how you are perceived. Once you understand how you're perceived, I feel like there is a lot of liberation there. And then you can make a real decision based on real information. Once I knew how I was perceived, it really did get me thinking about so much. That's why I had to disown my brother. If they joke about something like that, imagine what they say behind closed doors. Yeah. Oh, fuck. That guy has dropped the N-bomb in a restaurant. I walked out. I fucking called him out for so much racist shit. Yeah. Anyway, I could go on and on and on. It's never ending. But those are the types of people who give you opportunities, right? Like, that's how they network in closed rooms. You don't hear about it. But this is how the old boys club works. This is how the old boy club works. If you want to be at the table, you've got to be an obedient brown boy. You've got to be able to take it. You've got to be able to be called all of that shit and be okay with it, because it's for their entertainment. So this is why I'm so like understanding the concept of a house curry. Understanding the concept of a house curry for me was such a big deal. That's why I coined that phrase, because I realized that my role was a house curry. My role was the obedient little brown boy on the exec table when everyone else was white. I was the tech guy. I've been lurking, jumping between this stream and Shai Thembo. After my dog died in May, I found comfort in the cozy space they've curated there. Finally starting to come out of my grief period. Oh, shit, Chris Scott. I'm so sorry to hear that. If you had told me 5 years ago that a dog would fuck me up that badly, I'd call you a liar. Oh, man. Our dog, I know exactly. Like, I don't know because we didn't lose our dog. But just before the day he went into surgery, which was like high chance of him dying, I had this like incredible feeling of sadness and emptiness and just sorrow. But I can be happy because he's here. He's home, our dog. But it must be fucking terrible for you. I'm sorry to hear that, Crisco. But it's good to see you. I bet Elon Musk has said very similar thing. Oh, definitely. This is how the old boys club works. I bet you when Satya Nadella got hired, the old boys, in the boardroom, the white boys were talking this way about Satya Nadella. They were talking this way about my brother at Air New Zealand. They were talking this way about who's the fucking Google guy. The difference is these other people are okay. These other people are okay being obedient to white supremacy. I'm not. I'm really not. Fuck that.
Are somehow changing the culture. But is there something in the idea of the culture changing that there hasn't been a narrative provided?
This is why I had to disown my brother. My brother's joke was that Trump is black because he has multiple baby mamas, been shot, fired for bankruptcy, and is a felon. My wife is black, and thus half my family is black. Oh my gosh, lemon towel. Yeah, Sundar Pichai, yeah. Oh my gosh, that's fucking sick. My brother has said some fucking sickening shit too.
By anyone apart from the far right to explain it. What I mean is, like, the far right explain this change in negative terms, but I've never really heard anyone provide a theory that explains the change, which is real, but in positive terms.
What's striking is over the last...
I think the most liberating thing, guys, especially in the corporate world, is to understand how you are perceived. Knowing your place. Knowing what people perceive as your place is very liberating, because then you understand how much room to move you really have. But I'll tell you this. It can be absolutely humiliating to find out your place. I'm just warning you. It can be fucking humiliating. Just be careful.
5 years in particular, in which great replacement theory has surged, they have simultaneously argued that multiculturalism is anti-white, diversity programs are harmful to white people. And you even had some center-right politicians, even in countries like France, who have agreed with that, even as they're fighting against, those quote unquote more far-right parties. You've even had people who consider themselves to be on the left who have argued that those of us who are pointing out racism, or those of us who are advocating for multiculturalism or diversity have gone too far, or we should be focused on class.
Yes! Oh, Kendi said it! Kendi said it! Have you ever been told you focus too much on race? Have you ever been told that you are a race essentialist? That we should really, on the left, be focused on class? We should really, on the left, be focused on the patriarchy? Listen.
Simultaneously argue that multiculturalism is anti-white, diversity programs are harmful to white people. And you even had some center-right politicians, even in countries like France, who have agreed with that, even as they're fighting against, those quote unquote more far-right parties. You've even had people who consider themselves to be on the left who have argued that those of us who are pointing out racism, or those of us who are advocating for multiculturalism or diversity have gone too far, or we should be focused on class. I mention that because part of the challenge is that the other part of the ideological community that these great replacement politicians are opposing are deeply divided over issues like culture and multiculturalism and diversity, which I think makes it easier thereby for those who are arguing that more cultures in a nation is harmful.
Yes, sunflower soul. But here's the step I want you to take. One more step. One more step. Class and patriarchy can't be addressed without abolishing white supremacy and white privilege. Not just racism. White supremacy and white privilege. Very important.
To the nation for that idea to continue to spread. But I tried to show how for a person to believe that the emergence of a new culture in their nation is harmful, it's likely the case that their own ancestors experienced a similar idea. And so you're literally going against your own ancestral history because so many of us are the descendants of migrants or immigrants.
Let me ask you about a point you've touched on there, because one of the shooters in San Diego was named Caleb Liam Vasquez. Now,
I also want you guys to understand there are a lot of voices who on the left, who are raging transphobes. There are a lot of voices on the left. I showed you just yesterday. People like, what's his fucking name, man? Norman Finkelstein, who lost their shit about the book White Fragility, calling it the worst book ever written about anything. And by the way, Norman Finkelstein is both. He's a fragile white man and a transphobe. So I don't know. I don't want to accept a transphobe. I don't want to accept transphobes. I don't want to accept. I mean, I can work with fragility. I can try with fragility. But I think transphobia is opening the door to everything else. I think transphobia has become I think transphobia has become the open door for bigotry in today's world. Like if you allow transphobia to exist, I think you have allowed for all other sort of phobias and isms to exist. Because transphobia is the one where bigots think is the easiest one to be against. You know? They think it's the easiest one to stand against is trans people. Because, you know, XXXY. Absolute dipshits. So yeah, man, like I don't transphobia is a big one in our current world at the moment that's being weaponized in order to win political power. It's sad. And actually, Kamala Harris wasn't going to do anything good for the trans community, right? Like as well. So we have to be aware. We have to be aware.
That's a little.
Being oppressive, like being okay with the oppression of some for the liberation of other is just oppression remodeled. Is this oppression remodeled? It's either liberation for all or liberation for nobody. It's either liberation for all or you're remodeling oppression. Like some of the tankies who say Bashar al-Assad was an incredible leader because he was helping ship weapons to Hezbollah while committing mass murder in his own fucking country. Like, how the fuck can you live with yourself supporting someone like Bashar al-Assad? Like, it's so fucking stupid.
Latino sounding surname. We don't know yet much about the identity of the shooters, but we also know, we saw Valentina Gomez, a far-right Colombian American activist who was on social media burning the Quran with a flamethrower recently. She was in London attending a far-right rally here. How do you make sense of the participation of racialized minorities in these far-right groups that are openly hostile to migrants and other minority groups?
So one of the reasons why I argued that great replacement theory has become the most dominant political theory of our time is because of its many mutations. And so even as it to a certain extent originally started out as a racist theory, positioning, let's say, Black people as replacing white people, or Black and brown people as replacing white people, it is mutated to say Muslims of all ethnicities are replacing Christians of all.
Yeah, because it's that entry. It's that entry point. Because what this sort of bigotry needs is an entry point. Because if you let them say Islam is replacing Christians, and if you agree with that, they'll move the goalpost immediately. Remember when the Sikh guy, that crazy ass Sikh dude stabbed a white dude and the police put handcuffs on that white dude? They went after all Sikhs. They didn't just go after Islam. They went after Sikhs too. So just remember, you open the door. The moment you open the door, they'll take more and more and more. They'll continue to move the goalpost, and that bigotry will get worse and worse and worse. Hitler started with leftists, started with the LGBTQIA+ community. And you know what? In Germany, they kind of let that happen. You don't even hear about the LGBTQIA+ community put into concentration camps. But that was the door. Because then the Germans knew, and the disabled, yes. And then the Germans knew they could do it. And they move the goalpost. They move the goalpost more and more and more. Never ever let them in the door. Don't let bigotry in the door. Don't let white supremacy in the door.
All ethnicity. So that then could lead to a Black and brown Christian person to believe that they are being replaced or harmed by Muslims. And simultaneously, it's mutated to say that apparently there's this war against men that women apparently are waging, or that there's a war against heterosexuals, or a war against cisgender people, or a war against any sort of ethnic majority. And so if anybody is in a position of privilege, and if you're identifying as a Christian in the United States, you're in a position of privilege. If you're a man in the United States, you're in a position of privilege. So I could easily see how a Latino Christian man could imagine that his privilege, his status is under attack, that his people are being, quote unquote, slaughtered by Muslims. So he needs to slaughter them to, quote unquote, protect himself.
The next bigoted thing that people do is that the Nigerian Christians are being genocided. That's another door, right? Because that is a lie. Because they say the Nigerian Christians are being genocided by Islamists. The thing that they don't tell you is that it's actually across the board. It's Christians, it's Islamic people, it's Muslims, it's atheists. These groups, these terrorist groups, these militias are killing everybody in huge numbers. But they want to open that door with the Nigerian Christians. This is the new narrative. Because once you open that door that, yep, it's the Nigerian Christians. That it's a genocide on the Nigerian Christians, they'll extrapolate it to their group. They'll go, yep, see, Christians. And then when it comes time, they'll say, actually, those black people there are replacing us. They'll say those black Nigerian people there are replacing us. They don't care about the black Nigerian Christian people, okay? They don't give a fuck. Let's be real. They don't care. They're racist as fuck. They just want a way into this narrative of replacement. Dying on stream is TOS, FYI. I'm helping. I'm so fucking sick, bro.
The shooters behind the 2019 El Paso Walmart attack and then the 2022 Buffalo supermarket shooting both cited Great Replacement theory in their manifestos, with the El Paso attacker describing immigration as a Hispanic invasion of Texas. Following the Buffalo shooting, The Guardian reported that Tucker Carlson had referenced replacement-related narratives over 400 times on his show, an element of the theory increasingly entering mainstream political and media discourse. For our non-American listeners in particular, can you paint us a picture of the mood music in America right now? What is the kind of discourse that you might be hearing day to day, whether it's in comedy, in the newspapers, from politicians, which essentially has normalized and spread these ideas?
To give a recent example, the White House put out a few days ago a social media
How about I just not die, Chris?
post that stated that they are for what's called remigration. And remigration is a term that Renaud Camus, who wrote a book called You Will Not Replace Us, a book that was named after those chants in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017.
And
in that book, he said the solution to the Great Replacement is remigration. And so
remigration was the idea that was Hitler's idea when he put Jews into camps.
The Trump administration is literally and openly executing what they imagine to be remigration, which we know in more layman's terms to be these mass deportation programs. And these are based on the idea that immigrants, particularly immigrants of color, are invading the nation. We talked earlier about how you have politicians and commentators describing Muslims as the internal enemy. After that shooting, you had a prominent conservative.
That was Abraham Lincoln's original idea with ending slavery, sending back to Africa. Oh shit, I didn't know that. Even though he never. Fuck, man.
Commentator state that Muslims should just be deported. That's the only way in which they're apparently going to be, quote, safe. And we're that.
No. How they start off is illegal immigrants, right? We want legal immigration only. That's how they start it, if you notice. We want legal immigration only. And then the next step they'll move to is Islam. And then if you ask them, what about Muslims who've legally immigrated? They can't answer the question. They'll just say things like, Islam is against Western culture. So it doesn't start with Islam. It starts with illegal immigration, which is how Hitler started it. You give them a fucking door. You give them a foot in, and they'll take more and more and more in a violent ass way. Because the media helps them. The legal system helps them. Every part of society helps them to take that next step into doing what they really want to do, which is create a completely white America, United States.
And the only way we're going to be safe.
White Christian.
Right. And so these are ideas that are pretty regular. And then I'll give another example. The notion that diversity programs and quote unquote DEI are harming white people is also a talking point within Great Replacement theory. The notion that efforts to create majority Black districts to ensure Black congressional representation in the US Congress, that those are race-based policies that are harmful to democracy, but those majority white districts that replace those majority Black districts and those white people who get even more representation, that's quote,
gas,
not racial, and that is democratic, that's also a form of great.
Good night. I love you.
Can the thing on? Out the thing outside? Can you tell Mama something?
Do you want me to make it cold? Cold? Okay. I love ya. Yeah, love ya. One sec, guys. I just need to turn on a few things. Many noisy, yeah. You know, people like to say their family is from XXX, but it always interests me where they choose to stop when the human race originated in Africa. No, I think that argument, Lemon Towel, of the human race coming from Africa is exactly the argument white supremacists use to stake their claim on a piece of land when you're talking about indigenous people. So here's how white supremacy's claim goes. If you say Native Americans were here before you, they'll say, oh, we were all from Africa. So, you know, we all colonized the world. That's how they use that narrative to downplay indigenous rights. And then, in order to amplify their narrative, white supremacists will say, well, we took over the country, so it's ours now. We're native now because we took over the country by force. So you should just be okay with it. They have two narratives. And the people who they speak to, so say in Aotearoa, New Zealand, if I say I'm a New Zealander, they'll ask me where am I originally from, right? But if I ask a white person that, they'll say, you know, their suburb or whatever. And I'm okay with that, whatever. But if I say I'm from Auckland, They'll ask me, no, where are you originally from? Until I answer the question like my family's from South India. Right? That's what they want. Because people of color can't belong in white spaces. It's always a temporary visa in white spaces. But the thing is, this is not a white space. Aotearoa, New Zealand, is not a white space. Okay? Maori are indigenous. So they use two narratives in Aotearoa. One, if you say Maori as first settlers are indigenous, they'll say either, oh, we were all, from Africa, who gives a shit? We all colonized the world. We all colonized the world. Who cares? No one's indigenous, right? So they either flippantly do that, or they'll say, no, there was another community here before Maori. So they completely are trying to rewrite the fact that Maori are indigenous. Okay, so that's one narrative. The second one is how they speak to immigrants, white supremacists who've had a couple of generations here, even fucking new migrants, man. White supremacists don't give a fuck. If you say if you stake a claim in this country and say I am a Kiwi, they'll say no, you're not. This is a white country. This is a Western nation. And if you say no, this is a Maori nation, they'll go, yeah, we took over the country. We're native now too. We're indigenous now too. But you're not. So they want the privilege of being indigenous, but they don't want to acknowledge that actually the indigenous are someone else. So never, ever go in with it. Just know that when you say things like the human race originated in Africa, although it's a fact, what you're doing is you are minimizing indigenous rights. And that's not a position you want to be in, Lemontel.
Replacement theory.
So it's pretty ambient. And I mean, I caught some of this through, articles, through things I see on social media. I was struck, for example, that Gad Saad, who's an evolutionary behavioral scientist, he's an author, he's a prominent public intellectual. He's written a book called The Parasitic Mind, How Infectious Ideas Are Killing Common Sense. You may have come across it. He basically claims that, mass immigration, specifically from Muslim majority countries, poses some kind of existential threat to Western liberal values. I feel like this is a trope we hear very commonly these days. It's in a lot of papers. It's in a lot of punditry, and he obviously also criticizes Western progressives as sort of, being complicit in fostering the destructions allegedly of their own societies. This is a man with op-eds in the Wall Street Journal, in Psychology Today. Ibram, how did this happen?
This is a demonstration of how popular and powerful and normalized great replacement theory truly is. I mean, and I think that you have people who not only you have messages coming from the White House,
Folks, we have a chud in chat. We have a chud alert in chat. We have a chud alert in chat, folks. Hey, Chud. Get out of my chat.
I want to be a good boy.
Get out of my chat. Chud.
from state houses, coming from the major media publications, constant forms of great replacement theory coming out of social media platforms. It's imagined that great replacement theory is, as Camus stated, a fact of Western existence. And then, ironically, he also states that even as he argues it's an established fact, he also admits that there isn't data that actually supports it. But people who believe the theory or who recognize that apparently the great replacement is happening, that they shouldn't necessarily look for data that supports it, that they should be concerned about how they feel. And so it becomes...
What's worse about this great replacement bullshit is that it hinges on the fact also that white supremacists believe that whiteness is superior to all other racial groups, right? Whiteness is superior. So if whiteness is superior and whiteness did all of those things to take over the world and, did all of those cool colonizing things, why is whiteness feeling fragile about being replaced? Isn't that a bit of a Untermensch move? Isn't that Untermensch? Like to now be fragile about being replaced? That seems very Untermensch to me, not Ubermensch. That seems like a very fragile ass fucking thing to do.
A form of propaganda that really makes more emotional sense to people than empirical sense. And frankly, that's how so many of our political cultures are so much of it is based not on policy, not on impact, not on ideas, but frankly on how people feel.
And what would you say is the feeling that this theory is satiating exactly?
There's a number of different mechanisms that are happening. So there's first and foremost, there's been a series of complex historical events that have happened over the last 2 decades in which people did not really understand why it was happening. Everything from the Great Recession to the so-called migrant crisis in 2015, to the terror attacks that hit many European cities in 2015 and 2016.
Why do you ask what their ethnicity is? That's the question, is why does it matter? Actually, let me ask you this. Have you ever been asked what your ethnicity is? Have you been asked what your ethnicity is? Are you white? Or do you consider yourself to belong to the white racial group? Okay. Do you get asked where you're from? What your ethnicity is? And if I ask you what your ethnicity is, what will you say? If I ask you what ethnicity are you, what will you say? Because you were very quick to say American, right? But are you ethnically American? Where from Africa? Okay. And now that I know that you're American of African descent, what did that change about my relationship with you? Yeah. And that's the bit like that's important for me is it's like, is it curiosity for value, or is it to satisfy a sweet tooth? Like, what is it? I think that's why you have to that's what you have to ask yourself is, why do I care so much? Yeah, but isn't knowing other cultures about forming forming different relationships with someone. Like, you've just met the person and you've asked them what their culture is or what their ethnicity is. You don't know the person. You've never met them before. You may even ask that question before asking them their name. Right? Like, do you ask people what their gender is? Why don't you ask people what their gender is? Is that what you ask people you're trying to get with? Like, what their gender is? Really? Do you really ask people you're trying to get with what their gender is? You got to ask yourself why you do it. I would push myself if I was you on truly understanding why. Uh, I think the important thing is I think the important thing is it's the why. Like, why do you want to ask such a potentially for some people a very personal question? I always open with Netflix and chill. Yeah. It's like asking someone, "Do you have any kids?" when you first meet them. I think it's okay to like learn more about people as you get to know them. And I just don't know, man. Like, for example, like if people meet me after getting over the, where are you from? Where's your family from? Where are your ancestors from? Blah, blah, blah. After all of that bullshit, people will ask me, "Oh, so do you play cricket?" Like, bro, do you want to go through a fucking checklist of like all the stereotypes? Like, what the fuck is this? Are you trying to like put me in a box? You don't even fucking know me. I just don't know, guys. Like, I think it's the intent that matters. Like, why are you trying to put someone in the box? I would have thought the real value was in trying to understand the person, their personality, who they are. I don't know how ethnicity should be a hindrance, or knowing someone's ethnicity should be like some sort of checklist item before you get to know somebody. It just feels like profiling to me.
To the COVID-19 pandemic, to the climate inflation after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, you have these complicated historical events that affected people, oftentimes affected people because it caused them to feel scared or it affected their livelihood. So then the question becomes, for each individual.
Oh, yeah, this is great. I think maybe this is a good time to show this also. because this is the subject we're talking about, right?
Hi there.
Hi.
Nice day, huh?
Yeah, finally, right?
Where are you from? Your English is perfect.
San Diego. We speak English there.
Oh, no. Where are you from?
Well, I was born in Orange County, but I never actually lived there.
I mean before that.
Before I was born.
Yeah, like, where are your people from?
Well, my great-grandma was from Seoul.
Korean. I knew it. I was like, she's either Japanese or Korean, but I was leaning more towards Korean.
Amazing.
Yeah. Hamshasina. There's a really good teriyaki barbecue place near my apartment. So I actually really like kimchi.
Cool. What about you? Where are you from?
San Francisco.
But where are you from?
Oh, I'm just American.
Really? You're Native American?
No, just regular American. Oh, well, I guess my grandparents are from England.
Oh, well. Hello, Governor! What's all this then? Top of the morning to you. Let's go, Sporty! Double, toil and trouble! Mind the gap! Beware, Jack the Ripper! Bloody hell! Pip, cheerio! I think your people's fish and chips are amazing.
You're weird.
Really? I'm weird? Must be a Korean thing.
You bookmark this? Yeah. It's good. It's good. It's quality. It's it's very, it can be very personal for a lot of people. Like that question can be deeply investigative. You don't know how that person is feeling. And here's the other thing. That person that you're asking where are you from, where your ancestors are from, has probably been asked that question that day multiple times. Right? Or that week tens of times. You gotta, I think, I think you got to be able to put yourself in other people's shoes, and that is part of that empathy piece. You got to do it. I'm learning too. Like, I'm not particularly good at this either, guys. Like, I'm not some fucking, savant at understanding people. I'm not. I fuck it up all the time. But I think it's the intent. That's the way I'll do it. Like if you're in a ethnicity and diversity class and then you ask someone what's your ethnicity, I can understand. Like they're in a fucking class about their ethnicity, right? People are open. But if you just met someone, like say at a work dinner or something for the first time or a work event, and you ask them where they're originally from, it's like, buddy, get the fuck over it. I think this is a big hurdle for a lot of people. I'm Canadian, UK, Scottish, Sweden. My surnames are Anderson, White, and Murray. I don't know my grandmother's surname or my dad's. The Whites came over on the Mayflower. Oh my gosh. The problem is when you answer the question where you're from, it starts to devolve into stupid questions like, kimchi and shit, right? Like, bro, like my culture isn't that place. Like I've been back to India, for example, and I didn't feel very Indian at all. Right? People called me a Firang, which is a foreigner, because of the way I sound and the way I behave. But when I come back to Aotearoa, New Zealand, I'm treated like some fucking outsider by society. So it's a lose-lose situation for people of color when they immigrate. And I think you've got to be hyper aware of that. I think you've just got to be hyper aware of that, especially in the world today when it's changing very fast.
Why is this happening? And great replacement theorists came along and said to people who were asking that question, well, this is happening to you because those immigrants are coming to harm you.
See, the weird thing is, right? Say I was a first generation immigrant and you saw me, you came to me. Well, I am a first generation immigrant. So you saw me and you came to me and you asked me where I'm from. Okay? And you're like, oh, I just want to know your culture. Now, let me just ask you. You've been called exotic. Exotic. Now let me ask you a question. If you are asking people what your ethnicity is, and then my son, right, who's born here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, do you think you would ask him? Do you think you wouldn't ask him that question just because he was born here? Of course not. You're gonna look at him. He looks Indian, so you're gonna ask him the question, "What's your ethnicity?" But if my son says, "I'm from New Zealand," then it's not for you to go, "Oh, that's not what I'm asking," right? You just either accept it and move on, or understand that your intent wasn't in the right place anyway. Because the next question usually is, were you born here? And then if you say, no, I wasn't born here, then where were you born? It's like an interrogation. What's the point? That's what I don't get. What's the point?
Black people are coming to undermine you. I
can guarantee you the racist who sees my son, my 5-year-old son, isn't going to go, oh, I better check if that guy was born here in order to be racist to that person, to that child. Or when my son grows up, I better ask that guy, that brown guy over there, whether he was born here before I say something racist to him. No, racists don't give a fuck. They do it because of the way they look. So you got to understand, like, people of color go through these experiences in countries their families have immigrated to, no matter how many generations have been there.
Muslims are coming to destroy your culture. And so it becomes an easy way to explain a complicated historical event. Secondly, in many countries around the West, you've had a growing amount of economic inequality. And people who are not able or not...
The crazy thing, Sunflower Soul, is most of the time, you don't even need to ask where you're from for someone to tell you where they're from, if they truly want to tell you. Like, you don't have to pry open that jar, you know? You don't have to, like, force yourself in to the jar, I mean. You can just have a conversation and maybe you'll get to know where they're from. But if you don't, who cares?
Reaching the status that they thought they should be receiving. And so what great replacement theorists who likely are supporting politicians who've implemented the very policies that have led to this growing inequality are saying that you're not getting that job because of those people who are coming to take it. You don't have that house because there's so many immigrants in that town. You don't have that promotion because they're giving...
I am terribly antisocial, by the way. I am giving you guys this advice, but if I want to talk to anybody without alcohol, like now that I've stopped drinking, like I don't even know, like I can't speak to people. Like I'm not, unless I know people or, you know, I'm speaking to this community because I've spoken to you guys for so long. I'm comfortable here so I can talk. If I meet someone new, I'm like terrible. Like I would much rather sit quietly and just mind my own business than like have a conversation with someone that I don't know. For me, it's very taxing. It's tiring to socialize in that way. I am extremely antisocial, and part of my drinking process, like how I started drinking and stuff, is because of socializing. Like it made it easier to socialize. But I'm extremely antisocial. Like I just don't. I love being by myself for hours and hours and hours and hours. I love it.
Preferential treatment to Black people. You don't have that award because they continue to elevate unqualified Black people into those roles. So it gives people a way to explain what's happening in their own interpersonal lives or why they're not getting access to certain things that they feel they deserve.
So am I hearing you right that also the success of this theory could be read as an indictment of...
Part of live streaming for me was to get over that as well, because it was terrifying for me when I first started live streaming on TikTok. It was insanely terrifying for me to live stream on TikTok. But because there was a purpose, it was purpose driven, and I was pretty like I was so wanting to do something and just inform people about what was happening. It became easier because it was bigger than myself, and it still is bigger than myself. I've just gotten used to speaking now, but I can guarantee you, like, it was utterly terrifying. Luckily, the community helped me like a lot. The community helped me. Gaza from Palestine, from Gaza, helped me. Like these people, Nash is here, Matt's here. There's so many people here who have been at that early phase where they've listened to what the community was doing, and they've just stuck around. Like scary Poppins, who's here. Like we get Candace here. So many people, rough, insane. Like these people have just been there and supported me, and now with people like Shiny and My Clothes Brush, and it's insane. I just can't tell you how much the community has helped me grow on this journey. So yeah, it's although I'm telling you all of these things about how to ask questions, I am terrible socially. Terrified
of the remainder of the political spectrum's inability to produce any other kind of galvanizing explanation for what's happening. I mean, how is it that the far right has managed to, dupe so many people? I get the appeal. There's a simple explanation, right? These are complex problems you've just listed, and this is like one, fits all simple explanation. But where has everyone else been?
Well, what's striking towards the end of Chain of Ideas, I argue that this is a book that just as easily could have been titled Chain of Conditions, because it was these conditions that people have been forced to live under that has opened the door for the spread of Great Replacement theory. And so you've had a series of incremental policy maneuvers that have been put forth, particularly by center-right and center-left parties, that have simply not moved the needle on these massive challenges that people are facing in their lives. And
am I just one of your French girls? What? Juju's what?
They have largely, meaning regular people, have been looking for more radical transformations and changes. And frankly, these Great Replacement parties have been offering those radical changes, even as those radical changes were going to make those problems even worse, right? But of course, they didn't present them as such, right? And so I think that certainly it's been...
Okay, I see a bit of growth in Kendi here. I see a little bit of growth. Did you guys notice how he spoke about center left and center right? Have you noticed how he spoke about center left and center right? I think his realization of them not moving the needle is very important. And I think that's different to how he may have been when we watched his previous interview 6 years ago. This was 2 months ago. And I think that the whole situation in Gaza and Kamala Harris losing, and he may have supported Kamala Harris. And I think that experience would have definitely, like, we all have grown over the last 3 years. It's insane. The growth of human consciousness over the last 3 years of genocide, because the Palestinian people said, no, fuck you, we are not going to give up our land. Like, it's generational change stuff. It's generational change.
Mass gift subs detected. Thank you for bringing more people into the noisy crew. Your efforts are noted.
Thank you, 8-bit supercomputer. Thank you so much. Old iced coffee. Yo. Cura personalis. Welcome. Break on. Runny fart. Great name. Karuna D Hama. Or D Hama. 42. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, 8-bit supercomputer. Yeah, I think that bit is so fucking important to understand, because all of us, including these, like Ta-Nehisi Coates, who we're going to listen to next, even him, he says, this whole situation has changed me. A guy who is so learned. They've read, look, these are the types of people who stack books behind them, and they have read all of them. They've read every single one of them. They're not one of those fucking larpers that just stack books behind them to look cool, right? Like, they've read all of these fucking books. Orpheus, pause. Orpheus, pause. And written a few too. Yeah, exactly. Like, he ain't larping, bro. But even them, they're like, oh, these last 3 years have changed these people too. You got to understand what the Palestinians have done with what little they have, with their resistance.
Hype train detected.
Oh,
we
shit.
are chugging. Let's keep this momentum going. Let's go.
Okay, so
You know,
that hype train notification always comes a bit too late. But yeah, that's the hype train notification. Anyway, I think we underestimate what the last 3 years have done to the world, because it's so personal to us. It's, you know, we formed communities like this, and we've been talking about it, and we're all trying to deal with all of that trauma of seeing babies blown to pieces and thinking, you know, our trauma isn't worth dealing with because those people over there are actually going through it, right? So we've been in this mode of like inform, educate. We haven't stopped to look back and see how much the world has changed along the way.
Gift sub detected. Sharing is caring. You shared. You care.
Thank you, Shiny. Juju's. Nice. We just haven't looked back and reflected on how much the world has changed. And I think at some point we have to. But we haven't yet. We're still in that mode of like we're in fight or flight. We're in fight or flight. But man, the world has changed. Even for people like this. Even for people like Kendi and Ta-Nehisi Coates. It's insane. These people know everything about everything. And it changed them.
an indictment. And that's why I cited study after study that scholars, mainly political scientists, have been conducting for decades that show that in times of the relationship between an economic crisis and a political appeal that states that, quote unquote, ethnic minorities and immigrants are the cause of your own individual economic pain, that for decades has been the sweet spot in allowing these parties to spread. And so how do you prevent that? How do you stop that sweet spot? By eliminating the economic crisis.
Or I would have hoped at the very least by providing an alternative explanation that helps people make sense of it, right? And I think even that seems to be lacking. But it's really interesting what you said about the kind of desire for radical change, which I think is very palpable across the world right now. And as you say, only one part of the political spectrum seems to be kind of offering up a kind of radical agenda to fit the sort of mood of where people are at. Can I ask you about one other thing I really don't get about this Great Replacement theory is it's also based on an anti-Semitic conspiracy, right? That Jewish people somehow are the ones secretly orchestrating immigration and demographic change in Western Europe. And we're living at a time when there is a huge amount of scrutiny on anti-Semitism, right? There's a lot of attention on anti-Semitism. So how is it that this specific theory not only gets a pass, but also seems to be reproduced by quite prominent Jewish figures? I'm thinking of Ben Shapiro, for example. But
the reason is this narrative of Judeo-Christian culture. It's Judeo-Christianity is actually quite a new concept. It's the fact that it's a destruction that's mutually agreed. Mutually accepted destruction is how I'd like to, how I like to describe it. Mutually accepted destruction. That's what Judeo-Christianity is. So the evangelicals are like, if we get all the Jews to Israel, then the second coming of Jesus will happen, and the evangelicals will get rapture, and half either Jews accept conversion or they die. And then there's like a pool of blood up to like the tummy of the horse or whatever. Like, it's insane. It's mutual self-assured destruction. And that's part of it, I reckon.
Also someone like Gad Saad, who I've just mentioned, like, it's not making sense to me. If you're enjoying the show, why not join our Patreon community? The Tea is more than just a YouTube show. It's a space to foster meaningful change together at a time of violent turbulence and dizzying change. Becoming a Patreon means you get exclusive content and the chance to shape the show. So join us now, link in our bio.
The more mainstream version of Great Replacement theory is one that is fully renovated from, let's say, Nazi Great Replacement theory. And when I say fully renovated, in which you can walk into this fully renovated ideological house and not necessarily know that its bones are seeped in Nazism, because it's, all new drywall, new paint, new furniture. You can't necessarily see those anti-Semitic bones. And so, but the construct of a globalist elite, a globalist elite is a direct descendant of the construct of international Jewry, who is enabling the Great Replacement. The reason why I think that you have some prominent Jewish voices who are spreading Great Replacement theory and frankly denying its roots in anti-Semitism is because one of the iterations of Great Replacement theory is certainly that Muslims are replacers. And so in the context of a nation state like Israel, they have actually they benefited from that idea in order to justify Israeli aggression on Palestine. And they've actually been willing to foster the construct of a so-called Judeo-Christian, that apparently there's this sort of...
Okay, fuck, guys. I had not listened to this before. Okay, I had not listened to this before. So, Kendi, we're on the same fucking page, bro. I'm not even fucking joking. That was okay. I didn't think he was gonna mention that, but he did.
Continental, or I should say, earthly war between the quote Judeo-Christian and Muslims, which for many historians of Jewish oppression, they're like, how could you? Like Christians have been the primary perpetrators of Jewish oppression. So it's a fundamentally ahistorical term, but it serves the interests of those within the Israeli political establishment.
That's right.
Who want to continue to
Hey, Jimny, salam. Kia ora.
snatch up more Palestinian land, who want to continue to engage in a genocide of Palestinians, who want to connect Israel's political project with the American political project. And so it's serving the interests of people right now. And that's what to me is incredibly striking. You have all these groups around the world who at one time were victims of quit replacement theory, or who truly are today, who are turning around and using it when it suits them.
Let me ask you about
I'm so glad Kendi is on this wavelength. I am so glad Kendi is on this wavelength of like not being a liberal fucking Dem bro who is for, you know, like a Black Lives Matter movement person, but then ignores liberation outside of the borders of America. Like, I'm so glad he gets it. I'm so glad. I mean, of course he gets it, right? But I'm so glad he said it, and he wasn't scared to say it for being canceled by whoever. I'm so glad. I am so fucking glad.
Controversial book called White Shift. You may have heard about it, but it was written by a sociologist called Eric Kaufman. He argues that liberals often make a mistake by treating all white identity concerns around immigration and demographic change as automatically racist. He references real demographic shifts. For example, more than half of babies born in the US are now non-white, and projections that non-Hispanic white Americans will no longer be the majority later this century.
To that motherfucker, I say, bro, 400 years ago, there were no white people in the Americas. There were no fucking white people. So really, what's the birth rate of the Native Americans? Because they're the ones who are being replaced.
Do you think that there are any concerns around demographic change that you consider to be legitimate? This man is a serious academic at a UK university.
There are serious, legitimate academics who believe in the construct of racial biology.
Oh my, this was 2 fucking months ago, guys. Think about the significance of this. He is talking about there are real academics who believe in this racial biology bullshit, right? What happened to Jason Ardey? What happened to Jason Ardey? A fragile white eugenicist is the one who threw him under the bus. Oh my fucking God. He foresaw this. He foresaw this.
Who believe that there is a such thing as a white biological racial being, and that white biological racial being is being their blood is being overtaken by the blood of other racial beings who are black or who are brown or who are Asian. And that's an old idea within academia. Academics largely fashioned and spread that idea. It's foundational to scientific racist ideas. And to me, in order to consider that what that author or was stating to be legitimate, I would also have to legitimize the construct of white racial biology. And I don't, because it's a fiction. And now I do think there's a such thing as the cultures that people who have identified as white have created. I do think that there are ethnic groups that are identified as white. To me, those things exist, but the construct of a white race, just like the construct of a black race as a biological or in a genetic sense, to me, is not valid. And when we look at the culture of America, the culture is still largely dominated by white people.
Let's talk about how we got here, because obviously we're speaking 5 years after George Floyd's murder. You wrote a book, How to Be an Anti-Racist, which was an international bestseller. Corporations were at the time embracing DEI. Institutions talked openly about systemic racism. And it did feel like something was shifting. Call me naive. I was part of the people that thought something was changing. 5 years later, Trump's back in office. You're seeing mass deportation operations in America. You're seeing attempts to end birthright citizenship through an executive order, the Muslim ban, an administration that's terminated DEI programs. I mean, is there a post-mortem that needs to be done on the anti-racist movement that preceded this period?
That would be equivalent to asking whether there should be a post-mortem on the civil rights movement, because following the civil rights movement, there were all these rollbacks and attacks.
Okay, so again, I will tell you guys that you need to read this book. Okay? Please read this book. Please read this book. It's called White Fear. I told you about this. I've been telling you about this for a while. It's a really short book, about 100 pages. It's called White Fear. How the browning of America is making white folks lose their minds. And it goes through what happened, like all of these, what Kendi's talking about. It goes through those areas. It goes through post Barack Obama. It goes through why Trump was elected again. That white fear of 2043. That white fear of 2043. Of when America is going to become a majority minority country scares the shit out of white people. That's why majority of white people vote for Trump. Majority of white people will default to voting for Trump. And the second time, more white people voted for Trump than the first time. Than when Joe Biden came into office. It's so fucked. It's so fucked. It's the concept of replacement really bugs the soul of whiteness. It really bugs the soul of whiteness.
On the gains that civil rights activists achieved. And similarly, following the Reconstruction era, where we finally abolished slavery in the United States, provided Black people with citizenship, prevented people from, made it harder, I should say, from people preventing Black people from voting, there was a massive backlash against that, which of course became the emergence of Jim Crow. To me, it's actually more indicative of American history, that you had this period, whether it was 1 year or 2 years or 2 months, in which we were trying to create more equity and justice for everyone, trying to ensure that everyone had equal access, trying to ensure that every culture was respected, that a certain segment of people, instead of continuing to further those efforts, instead tried to crush those efforts and have continued to build power and crush even more of those efforts. That's precisely what happened in the 1970s and 1980s, just as it happened in the 1870s and 1880s. At the same time, I don't necessarily think that everything that, what activists and advocates did in the 1860s was perfect. What civil rights activists did in 1960s was perfect. What we were trying to do in 2020 is perfect. But to me, that, our imperfections as human beings wasn't necessarily what we should be focused on. We should be focused on those who wanted to conserve racism.
And 72% of Americans today, in fact, say that the focus on racial inequality failed to create meaningful change. And a number of Americans who believe Black Americans face major discrimination has fallen sharply since 2021. So you've argued.
So the thing for me is, have you noticed when talking about race, why don't people ask these debate bros, do they think white people are superior to the other racial groups? And then ask them to say why. Because ultimately, like, I think that's where it stems from, right? It's eugenics. That's even where, the Portuguese with Gomes Enes de Zurara, they wrote down, and that was part of the propaganda, is that whiteness is superior to blackness. Blackness, beasts without morals. Why isn't that question asked? Because if they truly are, anti-racist and they don't believe racism exists, that should be a comfortable answer. But I have a feeling that it won't be very comfortable. Because they'll have to either show themselves to be a racist, i.e. white people are, better in every single way. Or two, they believe that equity is important, that everyone's equal. And then you can point out the inequities and inequalities in society. I just don't understand why no one has gone down that line of questioning.
That being an anti-racist means actively supporting anti-racist policies and ideas. But 5 years on, do people still care about being an anti-racist? And I ask that genuinely because I think if we were speaking a few years ago, people really didn't want to be perceived as racist. Like, they actually cared to try and be seen at least invested in anti-racism. But do you think that's even there now?
If 5 years ago, those who were worried, who wanted to be seen as anti-racist, because the environment as such was that was popular. Now the environment is such that it's not necessarily, you can frankly lose out, right, by standing up and presenting and trying to be anti-racist. So to me, those people who were performative in 2020 are not going to continue to be performing in this environment. But there were a number of people who weren't doing it for performative reasons in 2020. And I suspect those people are continuing to figure out new ways to uphold racial justice in the here and the now. And I have the pleasure and honor of meeting these people and seeing these people and hearing from these people.
And when you look at what was achieved by the anti-racist movement, what do you think were the greatest successes of that period, of this recent period? And where do you think maybe there are things that we could be doing better?
One of the most obvious successes of the movement from my standpoint was that we're living in a moment in which those who are trying to conserve racism are presenting themselves as fighting racism. And the reason why I just want to mention that,
I agree,
to talk about one of the major achievements of...
I get called a racist against whites a lot. I get called racist against whites for talking about white supremacy and white privilege. And if you've been a follower of mine for a long time, you will know it happens often. Where snowflakes will come into the chat while I'm talking about these subjects. And they'll call me a racist against white people. I got called a racist against Americans once. Now, what the fuck is American a race? When did America become a race? Racist against America? Who the fuck is America? You know? Like, I know Native Americans. It's insufferable shit.
What we strove to do is we were able to allow the vast majority of people across the United States, and frankly, even in other countries, to recognize just how horrific and horrible racism was. So what happened is the backlash stated that, no, actually, we're not those who are being racist. Those other folks who are crying about racism are actually the real racists. And I don't think we have really taken into account that even the counter propaganda had to acknowledge the success of how much we put the problem of racism on the national agenda.
And what about things we could have been doing better? I know that one of the things when you talk to people or when people are polled is the language, for example, of anti-racism, which many people described as kind of very toxic. A recent poll showed 30% of Americans and nearly 40% of white Americans believe DI programs discriminate against white people, to your point just now.
I was a casino dealer. There was a conservative event, and I told the lady to put her phone away. She asked her husband, what did she say? And he started doing the racist Chinese fake language thing because he thought I was Asian. Oh my gosh. These fucking people are so simple, man. God dang. I was at the casino this evening, and this Asian lady is telling my white wife, to put her goddamn phone away. How dare she? I should be telling her to go pick some avocados or some shit. Or maybe pick some of that goddamn cotton in the backyard. You hear me? Nobody tells my white wife where to put their phone. God dang. You hear me?
Now, more broadly, there's a growing perception among some Americans that white people are the ones being discriminated against, which is exactly what you're saying. You know, do you think that there was anything in how the conversation was had that was an issue? And I'm thinking particularly against the pushback now around terms like privilege, whiteness, pronouns, allies. I mean, there's been a huge pushback against the terminology that was being used quite widely.
There were so many people who were using so many terms and saying so many things. And what I found happened is you had the performative people who weren't really serious about being anti-racist and transforming racism. They were largely looking to some of the most extreme, outlandish sort of language or messages that was coming out, and then using those messages to paint everyone who was trying to get people to recognize what and who the problem was. And then you had the media who was essentially doing the same thing. And I think I just want to just emphasize the fact that Great Replacement theory has been supported by some of the richest people in the world. And many of those wealthy people have not only bought politicians, but they've bought media outlets. They bought social media platforms. They bought legacy newspaper. They bought television stations, and what's happened because they captured the information ecosystem is they've been able to spread their propaganda that indeed diversity is discrimination. And so those of us who are actually trying to ensure that Americans or even other people know the truth, it's like an uphill battle, right? It's frankly a David and Goliath type affair. And so then when David isn't necessarily able to defeat the Goliath of the most wealthiest people in the world who have the biggest platform in the world, people ask us, well, what could you have done differently?
For example, we saw corporations pour huge resources into DEI initiatives and racial hiring commitments. In 2021 alone, companies in the S&P 100 added more than 300,000 jobs. Over 90% of those, according to reports, went to people of color. What did corporate hiring actually have to do with police brutality, and how did kind of representation in DEI become, the dominant response to a crisis that began with policing and state violence?
That's a great question. I think it should be posed to those corporations who decided to give that money to corporate hiring, as opposed to those activists who were trying to eliminate police violence.
But I mean, what was the goal here?
You had activists who were demanding or requesting funds to accelerate a movement to roll back, if not eliminate, police violence. And instead, corporations responded with providing money for entrepreneurs, providing Black entrepreneurs, providing money for corporate diversity programs. And then when those programs and those initiatives did not reduce police violence, as none of us thought they would, those corporations were like, well, I guess the problem wasn't solved. Well, I mean, you can't sort of ignore those who are asking for a specific request, then ultimately imagine a different solution. And then when the problem continues, you throw up your hands and say, well, what happened here? And I think that's frankly what one of the things that was a problem. Many people were very critical of what corporations were doing at that time.
Elon has enough money to feed, house, and clothe every human on this planet. He has not. Again, if we make this about individuals, like he's a white supremacist. I mean, we know that. The problem is the system that is enabling him is the problem, right? So if Elon, say, tomorrow gives away his wealth, someone will take his place. Elon will be replaced. And in a system like that, the individuals that rise to the top are like Elon. They don't give a fuck about anybody else other than themselves. So it's the system. It's capitalism itself that is causing this. And capitalism is so like this that you'll have fucking people on food stamps cheering on someone like Elon. It's the most ridiculous fucking thing.
I think part of it was that there was a view among some activists that racism being structural, that some structural responses to racism, i.e. the integration of Black and brown people into the higher echelons of power, particularly economic power, would be part of creating that shift. I mean, do you think that that was a mistake?
I think that every institution and every organization should give people of all backgrounds equal access,
of course,
to
no stress at all.
Positions of power. And I think historically, Black people have not
welcome.
been given access to positions of power due to racist policies and practices, whether that's a corporation, whether that's a government, whether that's, a nonprofit. And so to me, any organization where Black people or any other racial group does not have equal access, that's called segregation. And I think that should change.
So we've had scholars like Professor Kendi Andrews on the show a few months ago. He argues that a lot of the mainstream sort of anti-racism became very safe for corporations because it focused on diversity and representation than actually changing who holds power or wealth within them. Is there any evidence that you can point to that shows that sort of mainstream racism has done more than kind of change the language of these institutions?
Many of these corporations decided to do what they wanted to do. And they typically made those decisions based on what would enhance their brand, their bottom line, their strategic initiatives. And they typically then packaged those programs as anti-racist or racial justice, when 3 years earlier, they would have packaged them as not racist. So anti-racist thereby became the new term to package something. And frankly, those, if the goal and frankly the outcome was only increasing the bottom line of the company, then it certainly wasn't anti-racist.
Let me ask you about the connection between replacement theory and authoritarianism, because you describe Great Replacement Theory as the ideological beating heart of modern authoritarianism. So what do you mean by that?
So typically, after Great Replacement, theorists and politicians get people to believe that their lives are being lost, that their livelihoods are being stolen, that their nation is being taken. Then those politicians turn around and say, you need a protector, you need a savior. And then they stand up and claim that they are going to save and protect people.
Yeah, people of their kind. They become a messiah. They become their God. Usually, autocrats replace God with themselves. They become the God. They become the one to follow. And in that case, even the Bible won't matter. Because, I mean, you look at Trump. He's grabbing people by the Hormuz Sea. He's grabbing children, and they don't give a fuck, because to them, even the Bible doesn't matter, because they've replaced him with God. Sorry, they've replaced God with him.
And then in order for them, and then when they start laying out the ways in which they're going to save and protect people, typically those initiatives and practices undermine democracy. Create militarized states, remove civil liberties. And
Sean Hannity renounced Catholicism because the Pope criticized Trump. Yeah.
And so that's how Great Replacement Theory thereby justifies authoritarianism. But I would even take it one step further. Once people believe Great Replacement Theory, they could end up consenting to their own domination in the name of protection.
It sounds oddly familiar. We recently saw far-right groups march here in London under the Unite the Kingdom rally, which was framed here as a counter-protest to the pro-Palestinian Nakba Day demonstrations. During the rally, Tommy Robinson publicly thanked Elon Musk for his continued support. Musk has amplified Elon online, reportedly helped him cover some of his legal costs. What has Elon Musk got to gain from, Tommy Robinson gaining prominence in the UK political scene?
I think Elon Musk, like other people who are super wealthy and who recognize that they could no longer be able to hoard as much wealth as they have been within a democratic state, and that an authoritarian state is more beneficial for them. Coming from that perspective, supporting anyone or any political figure like a Tommy Robinson, who is pushing a great replacement theory that's allowing authoritarianism to spread, is ultimately allowing, from the standpoint of an Elon Musk, for him to continue to hoard wealth. I think that's the relationship. And that's why I talk about what I call great replacement financiers. And
and this is a concept that I think everyone should hold in mind. The more divided a society is, the more manipulatable that society is. Right? The more divided a society is, the more manipulatable it is. What is the best way to divide a society? You convince one part of society that they deserve more than the other. European colonization did that time and time again. The French in Algeria and Tunisia, basically Arabs were at the bottom, Jews in the middle, and the Christian white people at the top. It's that when you convince people that they have a privilege that others don't, that is a great way to divide. And equitable outcomes is what will dismantle that system.
Great replacement politicians, and they have different interests, but ultimately those interests align.
And so how does that relationship work? So these guys, like the Tommy Robinsons, the activists that are on the ground, do they buy into the ideology? Like, they are actual subscribers? Do the financiers actually believe in this stuff? And what's the relationship between them?
I suspect that there are financiers who are true believers, and there are financiers who do not necessarily believe great replacement theory, but they see it as an ideological tool that towards, an end of hoarding or sustaining their wealth.
I completely agree with that. I think Elon Musk believes that white people are the master race. I think Elon believes it on an individual level. But the system doesn't care. All the system cares about is a model that continues to centralize wealth, the system of capitalism. So within that system, you can get people like Elon Musk who believe that the white race is uber mensch, right? But ultimately, whether he did or not, the system will continue to centralize wealth. The system always corrects, or I guess you could say selects, for ideologies that bring in the most wealth. That's what the system is designed to do. No matter who does it, doesn't matter. But Elon's belief as well, it doesn't matter. Elon's belief is a means to an end, which is about centralizing wealth to the system, that is.
Similarly with politicians and theorists.
We've also seen the tech bros do it, right? So I'm thinking, for example, of Mark Zuckerberg, who I think just a couple of years ago was thought of as a bit of a liberal bro, out here connecting people on Facebook. And now he seems to have taken a little bit of a different turn. So I'm just wondering whether there's any evidence of kind of these financiers, and not saying he's a financier, I've got no evidence of that myself, but that there is a kind of a communication between them. I mean, I'm just wondering about the relationship, basically. How does it work? Do they say, hey, we'll give you some money to go and spread these ideas, or how does it work?
In Chain of Ideas, I documented a meeting that happened in Germany that was organized by these people who believed in great replacement theory. And they brought together people who they considered to be funders. And then they also brought to that meeting a number of officials from AfD, which is the major great replacement party in Germany. And at this meeting, this secret meeting that was ultimately reported out in an investigative journalism outfit in Germany, they planned a remigration sort of program for Germany, in which immigrants of color and even white Germans who are anti-racist would be deported. And I mention that because this was a secret gathering bringing together funders who believed in great replacement theory and politicians who believed in great replacement theory. And this was the seventh of such gatherings that happened, in Germany. And so I suspect these gatherings are happening all over the world. I also write about gatherings like
and they go under the name of think tanks, neoliberal think tanks, and I I know a neoliberal think tank called the Atlas Network that operates in the Pacific, in Australia and New Zealand. The Atlas Network is another think tank, and these neoliberal think tanks, I think, have become these institutions that spread these strategies around the world. And there's the Atlantic Council. There's a whole bunch of them. The New Zealand Initiative is part of their unholy network. Exactly, Lava. Yeah. Hobson's Pledge. They're always doing this. They call themselves think tanks.
Like NatCon, like CPAC. CPACs are happening all over the world. There's CPACs in Latin America, in Australia, in Hungary. And certainly that's a place where these theorists and politicians and financiers are gathering.
And so how coordinated is that effort? Is it transnational? Is it purely national? Are these groups communicating and meeting purely at the sort of national level, or is there evidence of a kind of wider coordination?
So I definitely think there's coordination. I definitely think there's a whole host of transnational and international meetings. And I think as it relates to the ideas itself, you see similar terms and ideas showing up in different places. So to give an example, probably the most popular great replacement slogan in the UK is "Stop the Boats." And that was a term that became popular in Australia, in the case of Australian politics. And it literally was imported into the UK, and of course being expressed by people like Farage. You see these terms bouncing from one country to another. You certainly see figures who are speaking in different countries. You certainly see strategies that are being used in different countries. I talked about how these efforts to silence the public expression of LGBTQ life in Hungary directly inspired similar laws in Florida in the United States. So we see these relationships happening. What I will say is great replacement theory is unique in that it is most powerful when it's specific to a national demographic context. So that's why the same idea can't literally be replicated in every nation, because every nation has a different demographic makeup and history.
Final question to you, Dr. Kendi. We're seeing obviously growing political distrust, division, polarization. Today, 80% of Americans say Republicans and Democrats can't even agree on basic facts anymore. More and more people see the other side as just morally wrong, almost immoral. People refuse to date people who are from the opposing political party. What does building an anti-racist movement look like given where we are?
I end the chain of ideas writing about what I call the chain of humanity. And if the chain of ideas via great replacement theory causes us to view different religious and ethnic and even racialized groups as fundamentally separate, and that those separate groups are coming to destroy us. And the more they gain, the more we lose. And we're literally at war. Then the chain of humanity offers a different worldview on human difference. And that is that though those ethnic or cultural groups may be different in certain ways, even in those differences, there's sameness. So even as that ethnic group may prepare their rice differently, they're still eating rice. They may dance differently. They're still dancing. They may love differently, but they're still loving. And recognizing that human sameness, the way in which we're still linked, even in our differences, becomes a place where we can then start to build political solidarity, where we could recognize that as that group that's different gains and becomes more powerful, my group gains and becomes more powerful. And that we also start to realize that the weakest link in the chain of humanity is that group that doesn't feel that they're connected to the rest of us.
Dr. Ibram X. Kendi, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much for watching. Let us know your thoughts about today's show in the comments below. Like what we do here, remember to subscribe.
That is such a good insight. That is such a good insight. I think in that is so important for us. And yeah, that was an awesome interview. Holy shit. Well done, Miriam Francois. Dr. Miriam Francois. I think this is why it's so important, I think, not to corner ourselves into ideological buckets, but outcome-based thinking. I think people are too quick to call themselves Marxist-Leninist or neoliberal or liberal or democratic socialist. I think we need something simpler to move towards and measure. And that's why, like, I'm not saying this is a solution, but this is one of the reasons why I decided that the core reason for being of the noisy immigrant is to contribute towards a more equitable world for all. To me, that is tangible. To me, that's tangible. I can come here every day and I can make sure that things I present to you from an education perspective move the world in contribute towards moving the world in an equitable direction. If it doesn't, then what's the point, right? So from my perspective, I think it's more important for us to focus on things that we can move towards rather than being like, rather than wanting to be put into like a really obscure box of like fucking, I love Kim Jong-un, I love Xi Jinping, and if you don't like Kim Jong-un or Xi Jinping, then fuck you, right? I'm going to clip your videos and call you a misogynist. I think we need simple things to unite around. I think we need things that people can understand easily. When you have to tell people that read Marx and you'll understand my view, you've lost. Right? When you say to people like, read what Maoism is, or read what Henry Ford said about capitalism. All of these sorts of things where we're just like, okay, you need a fucking degree to understand my perspective is tough, man. It's hard. It's fucking hard. That's why I'm like, I'm not forming cliques here. Like, I don't have a clique. I don't have like a bunch of streamers on Twitch that I message, DM, or anything like that because I'm trying to form some sort of fucking group. I know that I come here every day. I'm gonna give a message every day, whether it's news or whether it's some sort of interview like this that moves the needle to contributing. And I was very clear. I want to contribute. I know it's not going to be me. I'm not the solution here, or the noisy immigrant isn't the solution here. It's many people contributing towards an equitable world for all that is going to do it, right? And I think we've just, on the left, when it's so easy for the right to raise money and to have so much resource to continue to divide society, we need to use whatever tools we can to unite as much as possible. Einstein said it well. If you can't explain your theory to a fifth grader, then your theory is hot garbage. That is a direct quote. Nice. But yeah, man, I think simplicity matters so much. And I think the simple ideas like liberation for all, equitable outcomes for all. And then when people go, oh, that's interesting. That sounds nice. Tell me more. The key thing is you need to be activist in the places you spend most of your day. For most of us, that is our jobs. That's tough though, Lava. That doing it at work is always a challenge. But if you can do it at work, I think you've really found an avenue. You found an avenue if you can do it at work. I left that environment and I can sit here and do this and read and educate. But when you're at, in an office job, in an office, it's tough, man. A lot of people are results-based over theory, to be honest. Union activity, for example, yeah. A lot of people are results-based over theory. I don't think that's the case on the left. I don't think it's the case on the left. I think on the left, we're all still learning how to be results-orientated. Because when you look at the left, what we're actually talking about is fixing a world that has been completely broken by capitalism. And in order to fix what capitalism has fucked up, it's not going to be profitable, right? Fundamentally, these things aren't going to be profitable exercises. So we are trying to speak about an outcome that isn't particularly going to have a positive impact on the bottom line. But if you can't do business because the world is fucking burning, then, what the fuck is the point? It doesn't matter how much you profit. If you're drowning, I treat ideologies like schools of thought most of the time rather than a bunch of tiny little factions. And when I get abruptly blindsided by someone on that one true leftism type shit, I just come off as so depressingly rigid and narrow-minded. Yeah. The one thing for me is, the one thing I don't like about leftism is the especially white leftism, is the lack of acknowledgement of their white privilege. I think there's a lot of work to do within leftist spaces to ensure that everyone understands that white privilege plays a very key role in how people's material conditions can contribute to the cause. And I think that needs to be very clear. We have to collectively work towards food sovereignty and turning to each other. We have to improve each other's material conditions. Yeah, I mean, what does that mean, Stalin's fork? Like, what does that mean? Like it's this is the thing again, like what is the measurable there? Like, what are we doing? Are we building communes? Like, what is it? Like, are we building a fucking cult? Are we all going to drink like some liquid with fucking cyanide in it? Like, what is it? What are food forests? What are mutual aid networks? You get me, right? You get what I'm saying. The message, if you had to put it on a sign, would your everyday lib understand it? Yeah, be more like the Black Panthers and say we're gonna feed your kids. I love that. We're gonna feed your kids. I love it. I love it. I love messages like that. As long as I get the cool white Nikes, I'll drink your Kool-Aid. Yeah. I don't know, guys. I'm not gonna say I have the solution, but I will just say this. I think the lack of understanding of white privilege is a huge issue in leftist spaces. There has to be more white on white education. I think a lot of social good can happen if there's a lot of white on white education around white supremacy, white privilege, white fragility. I think a lot of social change can happen if in white spaces people are talking about white supremacy, white privilege, etc. Like as in how it impacts our society in a negative way. Not, don't start throwing hearts at each other. And then that's a different kind of problem, right? I jest. But I think there's a huge need for education in white spaces about these things. And at some point, this is not going to come from black and brown people. It just can't. That is just not the type of communication, because we can't relate. We just can't relate to what it feels like to be white. We don't know. We can guess. We know what it feels like to be brown and black, but we don't know what it feels like to be white. And I think white on white education is so fucking important. And I think it is the key to the revolution that people talk about. It is the core thing that needs to happen. It needs to happen in a big fucking way. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like the need for white on white education? I feel like white spaces are often infiltrated by people like Donald Trump. And I just feel like there's a lot of right-wing propaganda, this great replacement theory shit going on in white spaces, whether directly or subtly. And MAGA communism, yeah. Nazis. MAGA communism is Nazism. I truly believe when white spaces start getting educated about this, societies will make a lot of progress. A lot of progress. It's how that happens. Like, it can't be a brown person. It can't be a black person. It's got to be you talking to your families, even though the conversation is hard. It's you talking to your relatives and friends, even though the conversation is hard. I don't know what else to say. But guys, I love this. I love that I have the privilege to learn along with you guys, honestly. And I appreciate all of you. I'm doing what I can without pissing people off too much. Yeah. It's not easy, eh? It's honestly, it's not easy. If it was easy, I think we would have all, enjoyed teaching. But it's not easy. It really isn't. One of my best friends is a Scottish guy who's more leftist by the day, but still says ignorant stuff every now and then. When I correct him, he always reacts positively. He thanks me. That's how it could be. That's awesome. Yeah, fuck yeah. I've learned more in this stream in 6 months than the other 6 years on Twitch. Thanks. Thank you. Oh. Scars, you don't have to say that. You don't just have to say that, Scars. A big issue, but thank you, Scars. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. A big issue on the white left is when white people go into marginalized communities and talk at them. For some white people, they've only read about systemic inequality in school, but don't know what it looks like. Yeah. I think one of the most important things that one of the many important concepts that Robin DiAngelo talks about is that white people can go their whole life living in segregated spaces, not like, segregated by law, but in segregated white-only spaces without being impacted by it in a negative way. Like they could be completely oblivious to a world that's out there and they would just be fine. You can see that happening in most Western countries, right? Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Anyway, guys, I'm extremely fucking sick. I'm so sick. Even in Aotearoa is bleeding obvious, yeah. What do you think of the concept that you have to have power or money, i.e. suppress others to be racist? That's not true. I think you just have to make efficient use of the tools you have. I think you just have to make efficient use of the tools you have access to. Especially here in the West, we are very privileged in terms of like the access side of things. Systemic privilege is frequently framed as the good things that happen to demographic, rather than the bad things that don't happen. So a lot of white individuals will find themselves not noticing said systemic privileges as tangibly as they do any social stigma for marginalized individuals projected onto them as privileged individuals. Totally, Ox. I hear you. That's so true. That is absolute truth, what you're saying there. It's like the fish in water, right? Like a fish has lived in water its whole life. It doesn't know that the water exists. It just knows that it can swim. It's just there. The water's there. The water is the system around it. But it's not conscious about it. It's just doing its thing. It's just swimming around. And that's, I think, a really good analogy for what white privilege is like. It's when you have it, you don't really notice it. You can go your whole life and not notice it. But you notice it when you don't have it. For me, the stream has just been a crazy amount of validation. A lot of things I had seen and felt, and you've exposed me to so many Black academics that articulated so well and showed just how universal the BS really is. Oh, fuck yeah, man. It's crazy, eh? Makes me think of Ho Chi Minh meeting with French communists at the time and IRC feeling like he had basically nothing in common because they didn't condemn colonialism. Yeah. That's such a great point, Chrome. Like, I keep talking about it, like, just because you read the Communist Manifesto doesn't mean you understand Ho Chi Minh, right? Because Ho Chi Minh is Vietnamese. He used communism and the structures of Marxism as a strategy. You you can't just define Ho Chi Minh as a Marxist. He is a Vietnamese man who went through deep amounts of oppression from French colonialism. Like, you can't get that from a book. No matter how many times you fucking recite it. Anyway, guys, shall we Redo? Let's raid Redolent. Let's do it. I vaguely remember there being something in the story about the French communists smoking weed during this meeting and not really taking things seriously except as an academic exercise. And that kind of stuck with me. Yeah. The biggest symptom of privilege is 100% that you usually don't see it at all. Yeah, Cypher, totally. Yo, we're doing Redolent. We're doing Redolent Thought for the raid. Redolent's a good lad, a good man. And please enjoy his stream. I will hit the hay early tonight. Thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you mods for being here with me. Thank you for all the gifted subs. Thank you for all the follows. You guys are awesome. Thank you. All of you folks are awesome. I'm getting better, okay? I'm noticing it now. You folks are awesome. Thank you, Zetetic. Good night, folks. Po Marie, Kakite, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Here we go, everyone. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid. Please say hi. Please say hi to Redolent for me, okay? I'm going to raid and run. Thank you, everybody. Kakite. And take care, Jujus. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, YouTube, Kakita as well.